Hello, friends. This is Sam Cheney reporting for Weaponized News. Today, March 10th, 2025. Thank you for joining us on this Monday edition of Weaponized News. We got a lot to go over today. What do we got? As the thumbnail shows there, the federal government's crying. Or even, I don't even think we're connected on the X. There was an outage. There was an outage on the X. And it's being reported there's some problems with connecting Restream to X. So I see Barry's there. Maybe no one else showed up today, but thank you, Barry. And let's show. It turns out Barry wasn't supporting all the tyranny in Canada, as the interweb rumors had said. So Barry sent me this. He didn't have a Trudeau sign at his house. He had this sign. So we appreciate that clarity from Barry. So Ruckus is not going to be able to join us today. He is mourning the loss of Trudeau there in Canada that we're going to go over. And so he was too shook up to come on the show today. So Ruckus will be on Wednesday, hopefully, if he's recovered from his emotional breakdown over Trudeau losing the election there in Canada. I'm pretty broken up. I had a hard time coming on the air today, but I found my way through it, and I'm here to announce we got rid of one tyrant and on to the next tyrant. The same old story there. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. We'll get to it, but who is this guy? Carney, former Goldman Sachs banker, Harvard graduate, a real champion of the people there in Canada. So we got that. We got a lot of public health news. I don't know what we can report on. I guess we can report on it. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to censor next? And of course, the federal government's crying. It's very sad. All of these government agencies are downsizing. I don't know why they say layoff. They're firing these people. And so, yeah, you should have thought of this before you went to work for a crime syndicate known as the federal government. And so, honestly, I don't have any sympathy for you at all. What all you did during the medical intervention period, the way that you treated people. Yeah, it's, but be careful what you wish for, right? Because all these government cuts are going to be replaced by AI. So you thought, well, does it even make a difference? They didn't go to the office to go to work anyway. And now we're hearing sob stories. I just don't care anymore. Abolish the whole government. If Trump was a real patriot and Elon Musk a real patriot, they would go about firing everyone in the federal government and then resign and leave it back to the states. And then we could downsize the states summarily after that. Maybe that's what's happening. I have my doubts. AI is going to take over a lot of government. So be careful what you wish for, as it is good news to be getting rid of all these tyrannical maniacs in the government. I think they rule over us. but we're going to get a scientific dictatorship technocracy at the end of this thing, and have fun complaining to Skynet. So all of that to report, all the different downsizing, crying, got paid. They're attacking. Elon Musk's businesses are under attack. His Tesla stock is way down. And that's a funny thing, right? It shows what hypocrites, liars, all these people are. That said, oh, we love Tesla. You have to get a Tesla or you're a piece of garbage. For the environment. It's for climate change. We're the good people, virtue signaling, right? Total BS. It was all political. As soon as Musk is now a perceived right-winger, which is not even true. He's an opportunist. He's a scientific technocrat, for God's sake. But all that is over these people's head, apparently. And so now he's perceived a right-winger, a MAGA. They're attacking Tesla dealerships all over the place. Evidence looks like it's fake. It's AstroTurf, as we know. I do believe it's run by, and there's reports coming out. It's being funded through Act Blue, and it's just same thing. Intelligence agencies running all of this chaos on top and getting useful idiots to and radicals to join in and be their foot soldiers. We're seeing the same thing across the board, whether it's domestic terrorism, whether it's foreign terrorism. It's the same program across the board. Maybe someday people will get hip to the game. I don't know. I have my doubts. So we'll see. We have a very small audience today for whatever reason. Maybe we pissed everybody off. But it does look like we're streaming on YouTube and Facebook. So, and we got Barry there. I don't know where everybody else went. Maybe we pissed everybody off. But thank you, Barry, for keeping up the efforts to promote the show. We're not streaming on X. I don't see us on X. Something broke with the X outage reported earlier. So no show on X. But we will upload the show afterwards. So you can catch it on the X, which isn't the greatest video platform. So all that, we got some state news here and there. We got a lot of we got Skynet news. They're rolling it out in front of us. AI takeover rolling out in front of us. We got that news. We got a lot of geopolitical news. We got economic news. They're killing the hell out of Christians in Syria. And so I guess they deserve it, right? I mean, that's what Christian Zionists would say. We got a report about that. Christian Zionists. We'll go over. Aardvarks is just up to their evil ways. They're in Aardvark land. They're cutting off all supplies, cutting off electricity, continuing the genocide, as we reported they would the entire time during the fake ceasefire. So all of that. And then to wrap up, a great, if we can get it to play, hopefully we can get it to play. Can we get it to play? I don't know if we can. It just likes to buffer here for me. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I'll work on that. Trying to get this documentary from 2008, the Esoteric Agenda, for those that have been researching such things. I don't know, but it doesn't want to, it wants to buffer here. Anyway, let me get into the news for you today. On this day, On this day of March 10th, it's Harriet Tubman Day. Happy Harriet Tubman Day. And it's also National Groundwater Awareness Week. And we have some reports about water to get to. On this day of March 10th, going back to the year 418, aardvarks are expelled from public office in the Roman Empire. Keep noticing such things, right? In 1624, England declares war on Spain. In 1801, the first official census of Great Britain counted an estimated 10 million people. In 1862, U.S. issues first paper money, first paper currency, issued in the denominations of $5 bills, 10, 20, 50, 100, 500, and $1,000 notes. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell made his first phone call to his assistant, Thomas Watson. And they've been illegally wiretapping and violating your Fourth Amendment rights ever since. And so we do appreciate the mass communication there and the illegal wiretapping by the government. In 1906, Europe's worst mining accident occurred when coal dust exploded, killing over 1,000 people at Couriers in France mine. Quite a horrific tragedy there. In 1910, China abolishes slavery officially. In 1926, we saw a run on Belgian banks. In 1945, the firebombing of Tokyo by the United States, killing more than 100,000 civilians. Never forget, we're the good guys, America. Never forget that. In 1969, James Earl Ray pleads guilty to the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. And as we reported, his family sued the government, and that civil suit jury ruled that it was a conspiracy between the government to kill MLK. A jury full of a bunch of conspiracy theorists, right? Yep. In 1978, The Incredible Hulk premiered. In 1996, New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani visits Aardvark Land. What is that? 4 years before 9/11. Coincidentally enough, wasn't it? And in 2002, we saw the bat disease toll announced by Washington University in cahoots with the Royal Institute over there in UK. I think is thoroughly discredited, but it's the official, so that's what we go with. They said the death toll from the bat disease is 18.2 million people. And then we had, they say that's the true global death toll from bat disease. But if you believe that, you'll believe anything. In 2 years ago already now, time flies. California Silicon Valley Bank, the main bank for tech startups, collapses after sudden bank run and credit crisis. It was the largest U.S. bank failure since 2008. What else do we got in the recent? We got Thai health authorities report 1.3 million people have suffered air pollution-related disease in 2023 in northern Thailand due to smog, nearly 125 times WHO standards from farm burning and forest fires. And then last year, first pig liver transplanted into a clinically dead human for 10 days in a milestone for animal organ transplants into people in China. Looks like we have Thomas on a day early. He's supposed to come on Tuesday. Looks like he's joining us. We have a lot of news to get to. Okay. So we bring Thomas from Alpha Mega Energy on. Here he is. How you doing this Monday?
I wanted to make sure that I was early for daylight savings time.
I think you're early. You think you're in the Aardvark Worship Festival.
I'm always late for daylight savings time. I wanted to make sure I was early.
You're early. Now you couldn't come on last Friday because you were worshiping aardvarks?
Yeah, something of the sort. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make that. People were saying, "Oh my God, Thomas is worshiping aardvarks." I was like, "No, I was just joking." But some sad news here to report now. InfoWars reporter Jamie White is murdered in Austin, Texas. And so that's very sad to report out of InfoWars. Around midnight last night, reports that he was murdered outside of his home. And so a young man here, Jamie White of InfoWars, murdered. RIP there.
Wow.
Yeah. RIP for InfoWars reporter Jamie White. Very sad.
I'm surprised it's taken that long for them to take somebody
out. Well,
who
knows? Who knows? We don't even know. The details are just coming. Yeah, we don't know what happened. They say murdered and no suspects identified. So that's sad to report there. The Pope's doing better now, apparently. Pope Francis no longer faces imminent danger. He's responding to treatment for his pneumonia, the Vatican says. So it looks like the 88-year-old pontiff battling double pneumonia may be recovering. Our prayers may be answered here. He's been in the hospital since February 14th with severe respiratory infection. But latest reports are saying that he's doing better. Maybe he should have got some remdesivir, I don't know. But apparently he's doing better. And that's what the Vatican is telling us. So looks like our prayers are answered for the Pope. Some reason we're not live streaming on the X there, Thomas. So I'm going to let you know that. There was an outage today, and it broke some links or something in the back end with Restream software. Okay, Utah.
Well, maybe NASA did something. They seem to be angry at Elon Musk for some reason.
We'll get to that. We got some NASA news. Utah bans fluoride in public water. We're still waiting. There was questions, but Governor Spencer Cox has confirmed his intent to sign the bill into law. And so Utah is set to become the first state to ban the addition of fluoride to its public drinking water systems. Quite horrific, I know. But maybe they'll have to do some type of, the EPA will do an environmental attack on Utah over this. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And then that segues to National Groundwater Awareness Week. This is National Groundwater Awareness Week. Various organizations across the U.S. focused on the importance of groundwater, which is essential for drinking, irrigation, industry, and ecosystems. Highly polluted all over the place. And so that's a segue to this. EPA administrator tweets about Tijuana sewage crisis. Let's watch, maybe. Oh, here we go. Let's watch this report from local NBC 10 out of San Diego about Tijuana dumping their sewer right into the water.
Sounds healthy.
Bay, the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission, has launched an investigation into the flow of wastewater at our southern border. The commission says it's looking into what caused the transboundary flow of wastewater with heavy stormwater that's been entering the U.S. right here in San Diego. It reports the flow in the vicinity of the Stewart's drain that's near the wastewater treatment plant, which has exceeded capacity. So now they're trying to determine if it was related at all to Mexico's work on a new international collector. The commission has requested a meeting with Mexico as well. That investigation comes just one day after the newly appointed administrator for the Environmental Protection Agency acknowledged the Tijuana sewage crisis on social media. In it, he even publicly called out Mexico over the pollution by saying it is, quote, unacceptable. ABC 10 News reporter Danny Miskell shares reaction tonight from Imperial Beach Mayor Paloma Aguirre.
It's incredibly meaningful that he is taking attention to this matter.
Mayor Paloma Aguirre is referring to this post by the newest EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin. It reads, I was just briefed that Mexico is dumping large amounts of raw sewage into the Tijuana River, and it's now seeping into the U.S. This is unacceptable. Mexico must honor its commitments to control this pollution and sewage.
Well, you can see there, Lee Zeldin hates Mexicans, and so he should be for this. I don't know what his racist problem is, but happy Groundwater Awareness Week. And thankfully, Mexico is dumping sewage in the Tijuana River, and we applaud their efforts. More on the public health. What do we do about the microplastics? As we've reported here, making a single change can cut your microplastics intake from 90,000 particles per year to 4,000. And it's simply the drinking out of, let's throw this up on the screen, your microplastics. It's been found to be in testes, in your brain, all over your body, like quite horrific here. And so you could simply not use plastic water bottles. In a new scientific paper, 3 physicians report that switching from bottled water to filtered tap water could cut microplastic intake by 90%, or from 900,000 or 90,000, to 40,000 or 4,000 particles per year. You can see it right here. All of that is accumulating in your body. And so they talk about...
Well, we definitely know what it's not from. We definitely know what is not causing any plastic polymerization inside of your blood. Let's make sure that everybody knows what it's not coming from.
It's not coming from a miracle. It's coming from, and then we talk about the BPA, and there's another one. You shouldn't try to steer away from plastic if at all possible. Stop the practice of heating food in plastic. Indeed.
Remember when Yahoo and the New York Times, they were coming out and insisting that myocarditis was caused by CO2?
It may very well be by the smog levels in Taiwan.
Oh, don't worry. That's all COVID. That's all reclassified.
I think it's COVID. Environmental pollutants play a large role. But yeah, so try not to use plastic at all, if at all possible. I understand if you're on the go, whatever, and you get some plastic bottle and you're thirsty, you got to just drink it down. But be aware when it heats up, it releases these microplastics, the BPA, other pollutants, very unhealthy and bad for you. So simply try to stay away from plastic in your cooking and ingestion. UK explores speeding up approval for lab-grown foods. And so we do need this because anything from God is bad. Anything from a laboratory that they cooked up is good. Lab-grown food, including meat, dairy, and sugar, could soon be available for sale in the UK within the next 2 weeks. The UK's Food Standard Agency is exploring ways to accelerate the regulatory approval for their novel foods. This development is part of a broader global trend toward accepting alternative food technologies, with some countries like Italy and the state of Florida taking steps back to ban such products. God forbid. And so, yeah, lab-grown food could be sold in UK within the next 2 years.
What could be better than fake meat? More fake meat, right?
More fake.
And here you have Trump talking about it and bashing Europe, saying that they don't take our food, they don't take our dairy products, they don't take our agricultural products. Trump, because they're all contaminated. It's all GMO, and GMO is illegal in Europe. That's why they don't take our exports. That's why they don't take our food and our products and supplements, because it's all genetically modified. It's all contaminated. It's poisonous. So they won't take it.
Lab-grown meat could be 25 times worse for the climate than beef. New Scientist report here from 2023. Who cares? Who cares? National Health Service out of UK restructuring, major job cuts and leadership changes. God forbid, after the wonderful job they did with the medical intervention. NHS England is undergoing significant restructuring with plans to reduce its central workforce by approximately half, affecting around 6,500 jobs. This move is part of the government's initiative to avoid duplication with the Department of Health and Social Care. Additionally, several senior figures, including CEO Amanda Pritchard, have resigned or are leaving their positions, indicating a major transition within the organization. And so I don't know why anybody would have a problem there. CDC to reinvestigate miracles and autism connection. And so we've been reporting on that in depth. And so they're going to launch another study here. They say, all the studies have been done. The science is settled. Forget the scientific method. Don't be a conspiracy person. And so we should be afraid, though, of this latest outbreak, the dot disease on you, because this is what they're hyping now in your fake Mockingbird media. The amount of dot disease deaths since in the last 26 years here, but that's definitely what we should be concerned about, not overdoses, heart disease, or suicide. That's for sure. Continuing, this is sad. Everybody needs to lose weight. This is a tragic story. Jennifer Lee Wilson, a 48-year-old foster mother from northwestern Indiana, has been sentenced to 5 years in prison for the death of her 10-year-old foster son. She literally sat on the kid and killed him. Weighing 340-pound foster mother sat on her foster son for misbehaving and killed him. Here's a picture. She only got 5 years. She should have got more than that. What do you think? What do you think, Thomas? Should she got more than 5 years for sitting on her son, 10-year-old, and killing him?
Well, if the Chabad rabbi down in San Diego and Los Angeles ran a multi-million-dollar criminal fraud syndicate conspiracy with dozens of other synagogue members to defraud the government in 8+ felony charges. 7 of them were dropped. The 8th, he only got 14 months. It sounds like she should get even less than 14 months and make sure it's only one count. Make sure that there's an aardvark district attorney on the case, and then the 8 felonies go away, which should all be 10 to 14 years apiece. They'll go away, and you have one left over, and it's only 14 months. So on that standard, she should probably be getting less than 14 months to be equal. If you're going to be, equity, right?
Better's calling for a global lockdown there on YouTube over the dot disease with 4 deaths in the last 26 years. So we'll be advocating that as well. Okay, I don't even know how we can even report on this without getting a strike. It's being speculated now with no pushback from the official government of the United States that the H5N1 bird flu outbreak may have originated from a USDA Southeastern Poultry Research Laboratory and not a single U.S. or they say, and not a single U.S. agency has challenged the findings here in this report. So, of course, it's all speculative, and these are the greatest biolabs in the world, and nothing bad has ever happened at any of them. And so, could be or intentional, could be accidental, intentional, or it could have came from the wet market there in Wuhan. And so we're still trying to sort that out. But yeah, here's the report about it. And just so happens to be having an outbreak right by there. So yeah, just coincidence, I'm sure. It's fine. This one we have to be careful about reporting on as well. A federal judge in Missouri has awarded the state $24 billion in damages in a lawsuit against China, attributing the penalty to China's handling of the early stages of the bat outbreak and the hoarding of personal protective equipment. The judgment, unprecedented in its nature, was issued due to China's non-response in the lawsuit, raising questions about enforcement and international legal implications. So, yeah, China's not going to pay that. But they're talking about maybe seizing Chinese property here. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do to try to collect on this ruling from a federal Missouri judge. But that's out there. And then this report on YouTube, but I'm not even going to play it in the interest of our channel here. But I will show it and give praise to old Cheryl Atkinson, like literally one of the only real reporters, investigative journalists left in America with any integrity that didn't sell their soul to Satan. She has it up here, MMR Whistleblower, on her YouTube channel. Maybe if it's not taken down, we'll play it tomorrow from her show, Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson. Everybody should probably go watch this very important report that's highly censored. I'm honestly surprised it's on YouTube, but apparently she doesn't give a F about YouTube. So anyway, that came out today. Maybe we'll try to play it tomorrow, or everybody should just go watch on our YouTube channel and you could see that report. That's all we have for public health today. Okay, on to the sad Uncle Sam crying, right? Your U.S. federal government. I didn't even know this agency existed. There's an agency called U.S. African Development Foundation with 55 employees that's gone rogue, that refuses to allow DOGE auditors in the building. And so it has 55 employees with an annual budget of $45 million. I didn't even know such a thing existed, but obviously we needed it. And so they're not complying with DOGE audit request of the agency. So I'm sure they're doing the right thing there. Here is you'll lose all hope. Federal workers gripped by mental health distress amid Trump cuts. Let's play this clip from NBC.
But it's good for their health. They're losing weight.
Tell us more about your conversations.
Right. You really highlighted some of the most compelling stories. And you know, when there's a veteran affairs suicide prevention officer who's having his own thoughts of suicide, that we're in a crisis. And I thought these stories helped illustrate what people are going through right now. And what so many of these workers wanted to get across was it's not just about losing a job. It's about watching people dehumanize them, denigrate them, try to embarrass them, denigrate what they do for a living when they are trying to give it their all. In some cases, these people are saying they're trying to keep veterans alive. Talking to them on the phone or in person, doing intervention, and then, watching Donald Trump golf for the weekend and say, well, these workers are lazy and they're not coming into work, and they're saying, wait, no, you don't understand what I just did. So it was a lot of stories like that. I think the other point that a lot of them wanted to get across was some of them, actually all of them supported getting rid of waste and fraud, but they're watching very carefully how this is playing out, and they're saying that's not what's happening. The way this is happening is chaotic. It's haphazard. They're getting rid of people who are very experienced, who in many ways are some of the best, and they're watching them leave and crush them financially.
That's the way they treated us during the medical intervention period, exactly how they say they're being treated now.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic for all the people that make memes, take what she's saying and then take them endlessly denigrating the flyover conservatives and these deplorables and all of the other name calls that they've done, and demanding that these people's assets be seized, demanding them to be put into camps, concentration camps, and held down and injected, and their kids injected, and lied about that they're killing grandma, and that these are murderers and horrible people, and etc. Endlessly denigrated. And then the way that these people call out about the and just completely dehumanized all of the conservatives and dehumanized all of the people in the developing countries, calling that right to supporting Ukraine. So I'm just supporting Ukraine, calling all of these black and brown people animals and barbarians and less than human, and all of these other tropes that they love to use, and they support the literal Nazis, these aardvark Nazis in the Ukraine. They support these people. Blind faith support Israel, literally in the International Criminal Court, as Israel and Netanyahu and his ilk are being criminally charged with war crimes and genocide. And their literal defense, their legal defense, is to call these people barbarians, but they're barbarians, but they're savages, but they're less than human. This is the strategy of the.
We'll get to that. We're saving aardvark land for last, there, Thomas. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any sympathy for them. You're working for an immoral crime syndicate, and so you're immoral by default. And so you should, and they try the sob story. Oh, we're helping the veterans. Really? You're pro-war. You're not helping any veterans. It's just, there's no end to these people, man. But we're going to get there to where we're going to be careful what you wish for. CIA begins DOGE-inspired purge of employees as they get summoned to off-site location to surrender badges. And so they're starting with the probationary hires first, and they are getting rid of them. But then what are all these spies going to do? They're going to go work in the private, for the private sector and continue their evil ways with even less oversight, if it's like they had none now. But anyway, So there's going to be a bunch of unemployed spies reportedly until they get picked up by private intelligence agencies. And so it's very sad. And we do feel for them working for the great Satan, America. What else did we have here about the, this kind of goes together. Well, it goes together with the whole, just the government's corrupt beyond your wildest imagination. Theme of this section of the show, USAID funded Ukraine group that smeared Vice President Vance as a pro-Russian propagandist has allegedly put him on the kill list that they have there, online blacklist. And so old J.D. Vance has been put on the UK, NATO, Ukrainian blacklist, as many others have. So it's good that we're funding such efforts like that through USAID. I feel very bad for those people. Cybersecurity agencies' top recruits decimated by DOGE cuts. Another crying report. Let's watch this from CBS. The same people that censored us, banned us, literally spit in our face, made up lies about us. So I feel bad about them being fired.
1,000 federal employees have lost their jobs since the Trump administration began its overhaul of the government's workforce in its effort to cut spending. One of the affected agencies employs cybersecurity experts responsible for protecting our nation's critical infrastructure. We spoke to one federal employee who was fired just 6 months shy of the end of her probationary period. Nicole Skanga has her story.
For Kelly Shaw, unemployment is unfamiliar territory.
I've never been in this situation before. I've never been fired.
After more than a decade as a senior intelligence analyst with the U.S. Navy, Shaw was recruited just over 2 years ago to the nation's top cyber defense agency, CISA.
The goal of it was to find and root out the adversary.
Shaw scoured for cyber criminals in U.S. critical infrastructure, like the nation's power grid, pipelines, and water systems.
Now we see a departure of over 100 CISA employees. What message does that send to China, Russia, Iran, our adversaries, about our readiness?
Yes, they notice. I'm sure they notice that there are less eyes on the target now, which means that they have better opportunity to do these nefarious actions in these networks.
The mission was considered so important, Congress launched a nationwide recruitment program in 2021 to attract the brightest minds to work on it. Shaw was one of the program's first recruits, but it came with a lengthy 3-year probation period.
This should be the last place that we should be cutting this expertise.
Now, more than 130 workers have been cut from CISA, 4% of the Cyber Defense Agency's workforce.
When you look at the facts.
Ranking member of the House Homeland Security Committee, Democrat Benny Thompson, calls the cuts a gift to our foreign adversaries.
That kind of talent, you just don't find it every day. And you have to convince many of those individuals to leave lucrative private sector employment.
They did not look at our performance.
Just weeks before getting fired, CISA granted Shaw a salary bump based on her performance.
I just got the commendable mission impact, and then a month later, I get laid off, fired. So, yeah, that makes no sense. It just makes no sense.
And just yesterday, Rob Joyce, the former NSA cybersecurity director, warned on Capitol Hill that the cuts will have, quote, a devastating impact on cybersecurity and national security. Kelly Shaw tells us that as upsetting as her firing has been, she would return to CISA if asked, and she's actively looking for another way to serve the country. Adriana?
Nicole, thank you so much. I keep thinking about the job market, especially in the D.C. area, where now it's being flooded with people looking for work.
They were screaming, fire anyone that didn't comply with their with the medical intervention tyranny that they did on us. These people are such criminals, such pieces of garbage that they make me want to throw up, honestly, all of them. And if you notice that was a strange individual that they had hired there that I didn't think was mentally stable to say the least. Just saying. Okay.
Well, at least Kelly's got a much deeper voice than mine.
Mine too. I need to like drink some more whiskey or something to be sounding like Alex Jones or something, or her there. I don't know what's going on there, but okay. DOGE pushed USDA to cancel $10.3 million of unnecessary contracts identified as waste, and so on Friday. This is now Monday? So last week on Friday, there were 162 cancellations of non-essential contracts with a ceiling value of $205 million and savings of $90 million. Thank you, DOGE. I don't know where this came from. Is this the actual DOGE logo? I don't know. Let's take a look at this. Very kind of concerning looking with the all-seeing eye there in the DOGE. I don't know if that's AI or fake or real or what. But the DOGE promoters on the X found the need to post that. Okay, continuing here. Sean Curran is sworn in as Secret Service Director. And so that just happened a few hours ago. Let's play the short clip. And so this guy is going to be Trump's Director of Secret Service, Sean Curran. Sworn in there.
I state your name.
I, Sean Curran.
Do solemnly swear.
Solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of this office.
Discharge the duties of this office.
Of which I am about to enter.
Of which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
So what book was he swearing in there on? The Talmud, or was that the Bible? I don't know. It's hard to tell nowadays. Trump highlights nuclear weapons over climate change as ultimate threat. I don't believe this. Trump is saying that thermonuclear war, world war, is a bigger threat than climate change. Thomas, what do you think about that?
I don't know. That CO2 is causing all the myocarditis, right?
True.
So myocarditis is a big deal. They keep telling us in Yahoo News and the New York Times that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it was never doing that before for the 100 years prior that they've been pumping the climate agenda for world control.
It keeps getting worse, though. Let's hear from Trump talking about it here on yesterday.
When I listen to these climate lunatics and they talk about global warming, and they say the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch in the next 300 years, and and nobody ever talks about nuclear weapons or some of the other things, but the nuclear weapons in particular right now. And they talk about the climate, and they talk about the dangers of the climate, but they don't talk about the dangers of a nuclear weapon, which could happen tomorrow. They say in 300 years, I watched Biden for years say the existential threat. He loved the term existential threat. Our greatest existential threat is from the climate. And I said, no. The greatest is sitting in shelves in various countries called nuclear weapons that are big monsters that can blow your heads off for miles and miles and miles.
Trump seems like a bit of an extremist. Barry's telling us that he's getting reports. He says, my hackers and Anon say that Operation Dreadnought is in effect by Anonymous to fight C-ship and fascism 2 hours ago. Well, we do appreciate their efforts to censor us. That's good of them to break our link there between Restream and X, so we can't broadcast. So they are truly fighting fascism in that way. Thank you very much.
Well, they're definitely not doing it on YouTube or Fascist Book or whatever the Blue Anon site, whatever that is.
Sky Blue. I don't think you can. I thought about creating an account there just to go and see what they had to say. I guess that's where all the activism is organized against the fascist Trump.
Paid for by Act Blue, right? And yet another criminal organization, and that's under multiple criminal.
They're the good guys, Thomas. They're the good guys.
Run by Susan Rosenberg, who literally blew up the White House and killed people, was sentenced for like 70 years, and then Clinton, got the nudge, bribe by the Epstein partners, the big beginning of the Epstein train, the information that won't come out, that's never coming out, just all redacted documents of the exact same things that have been out in the public, circulated in the public already, and then they lie to us that there's going to be some release, and then they just put out the same crap as always, but XRP, right? QFS,
Nasara Jasara,
right? Trust the plan, right? And you got these fake Christians. It's very strange.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, Thomas. Just hold off. I know you're itching, but we got a whole report here about Christian Zionism. DOD's new direction: war fighting over climate change. And so again, now the Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Christian Zionist in his own right, has announced a policy shift within the Department of Defense, emphasizing traditional military training and war fighting over climate change initiatives. And so they literally want us to burst into flames here now. Trump's energy secretary declares shift from climate policy. So there is a big shift now away from climate change at a CERA week conference in Houston. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright announced a significant policy shift by criticizing the Biden administration's approach to climate change. He describes the Biden policies as irrational, quasi-religious, and pledged that the Trump administration will focus on natural gas, arguing that renewable resources like wind and solar cannot fully replace it due to current limitations in battery storage technology. The declaration was met with applause from oil and gas industry attendees, obviously. USAID program slashed by 83% in government overhaul. And so Secretary of I guess he's acting director here now. Little Marco, Secretary of State, Little Marco Rubio. He says that after a 6-week review, we are officially canceling 83% of the programs at USAID. The 5,200 contracts that are now canceled spent tens of billions of dollars in ways that did not serve and, in some cases, even harmed the core national interest of the United States. In consultation with Congress, we intend for the remaining 18% of the programs, we are keeping approximately 1,000 to now be administered more effectively under the State Department. Thank you to DOGE and our hardworking staff who worked very long hours to achieve this overdue historic reform. And so he's obviously a fascist, cutting all these important aid programs.
Yeah. No loss over here in the emerging markets. I can definitely report that. No loss for the people over here.
EPA funds.
Cleaner, much cleaner books that you never would have seen anyway.
EPA funds Ola Stacey Abrams investigation underway. Stacey Abrams, linked to a group that receives substantial federal funds, has faced scrutiny following claims made by an MSNBC interview about $2 billion from the Biden administration's EPA. The money was intended for decarbonization of homes initiative aimed to distribute energy-efficient appliances to reduce electricity costs. However, the funds are currently under investigation by the Department of Justice and the FBI, with no clear evidence yet released about how these funds have been utilized. Let's watch old Stacey Abrams, the greatest Democrat candidate out of Georgia that we know.
One of the ironies of the attack on you, and I'm going to play what he did, was that my understanding is the program at the source of this whole thing is a program to lower costs for people. Do I have that top line correct?
You have it absolutely right.
Okay, so I'm gonna play what he had to say, and then I'm gonna ask you to explain what the program is that was such an obvious, ludicrous laugh line for the Republicans there. Take a listen.
$1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her?
Okay, so what is this organization? What is your relation to it, and what does it do?
In 2023 and 2024, I led a program called Vitalizing DeSoto. We worked in a tiny town in South Georgia to demonstrate that by replacing energy inefficient appliances with efficient appliances, you can lower your cost. And in fact, we accomplished that. For 75% of the community, they got appliances that are lowering their bills right now. We had one woman who saw her electric bill cut in half from $180 to $98. That's what we delivered. And based on that program, a coalition of organizations, famous organizations, came together and said to the EPA, if we can do this here, we can do this for millions more Americans. Let us invest the money of America in lowering the cost for Americans.
They're helping. Looks like she has like head lice or something in her hair. I don't know what's up with that, but
she looks like another one of those people that sits on our kids. They might want to.
What's up with her hair? Like that's not like
child
it's
welfare
not gray
check.
streaks. It's like little like dandruff or something. I don't know. It's just weird.
Probably fentanyl. She's probably got her head in a pile of cocaine, like Tony Montana, with all of those billions of stolen dollars. She's probably
Like
going,
Zelensky.
whole hog there. Right.
Okay, here's some more crying from Uncle Sam. Trump's executive order to reshape disaster management. Trump is set to sign an executive order that aims to restructure disaster response by shifting primary responsibilities from the federal level to the state and local governments. This move is part of broader discussions on the efficiency and the role of FEMA following evaluations of its past disaster responses. The executive order seeks to empower states, though it has sparked debate on the potential implications for disaster management nationwide. And so downsizing FEMA, very sad for them, as they openly discriminated against Trumpers. They said, if you have a Trump sign in your yard, then we're not giving you disaster relief. And so we do feel bad for them with their actions there like that, openly discriminating against Republicans. And so as it should be, but it looks like they're going to get big cuts there. Okay, on to the controversy about Trump's golf outings, a costly habit for Trump. We said the most hurtful thing you could do was that one sign we showed last week is Trump is bad at golf at one of these anti-Trump protests. Do I have that? Let me see if I have that quickly here. And so this is how to hurt Trump's feelings. Oh yeah, here it is. Trump sucks at golf. There we go. And so this is how you get to Trump as one smart protester. Trump sucks at golf. But seriously, since returning to office, Trump has played golf on 6 out of 7 weekends, totaling a cost of $18.2 million to the U.S. taxpayer. These expenses have been incurred mainly at his Florida results, raising concerns about the use of public funds for personal leisure. Critics highlight this frequency and cost in contrast with previous administrations, particularly noting that former President Joe Biden's own vacations time for comparisons. And so, yeah.
Well, I don't know about you, but it definitely costs $18.5 million for me when I go golfing.
Well, it's his security, I'm sure, is a big part of it. But if
6
that's
times,
the bet,
$3 million.
Yeah,
per weekend. That's a pretty hefty bill.
it is. And so, again, Trump sucks at golf. Halftime. We got a plug now. Thank you, Barry, in the chat there, letting us know that it is indeed halftime. You want to plug there, Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas of Alpha Omega Energy. I'm here supporting Weaponized News, bringing you the real news without the lies, twisting, manipulation, and spin. We greatly appreciate Sam Cheney. I notice it's very clear looking around the different channels on YouTube that Sam Cheney is incredibly censored on there. It's very, very, very obvious the massive censorship coming up. Watching his streams along the same time as these other channels and seeing how much more traffic and how little traffic that he's getting on there. So I'm supporting Weaponized News. I hope everybody else will join in doing that. Go to weaponizednews.com. You can find their amazing, wonderful stickers and merchandise there where you can pick some of it up to help support the independent media that's bringing you the facts and the truth that they don't want you to hear. In the last couple of shows, Sam has been featuring some of these incredible documentaries, literally reading through all of the documents of the deep state and the Rockefellers, the Rockefeller Institute, and so on, showing their plan, detailing absolutely everything about it. It's just absolutely incredible. The last couple of shows. I really encourage everybody to watch the last two previous to this one. Absolutely amazing. I've been sending them out to other people. And I'm a breakthrough clean energy technology innovator, proud to be here on Weaponized News, reporting as a technical analyst, sometimes a co-host, and sometimes I bring in an organized guest from different technical backgrounds, whistleblowers, doctors, nurses, and whatnot, as I was doing before. And I'm a small private innovator, clean energy technology founder, making breakthrough clean energy technology. I have a startup, and we're working to put my startup on the blockchain and use our breakthrough clean energy technology, which is, as far as I know, banned in America, and we're not allowed to use it there. Trump talks about unleashing the energy supremacy of America and unleashing innovation, but then he has not even made a single mention of lifting the 6,427 at least, that's on public record, innovators that have been seized, the technology is seized on public record, and those are only the ones that went through the USPTO patenting process. Many more have been seized outside of that process, and that does not include any of those seized by the British Commonwealth countries. Those are not included in that. That's just the USPTO. So there could be thousands and thousands more. That's very likely across the British Commonwealth nations, dozens of those. So I'm commercializing my energy technology outside of the Israel-controlled NATO 17 eyes nations now. I don't believe that they will ever allow a real breakthrough energy in there, so I'm commercializing outside. That's one of the reasons. Of course, lower cost manufacturing, and building in Southeast Asia, which is the big factory zone for all of these manufactured goods. Perfect place to build, 5% to 10% of the cost to manufacture in America, as Trump is trying to bring the manufacturing back. That's a big challenge. It's good for America, but we need to lift the world as well. And I strongly believe in that, believe in the principles that John F. Kennedy was teaching, that we should be sending out 100,000 plus American engineers, right, and funding them. We should be funding them, not sending them out for free, but we should be funding them, investing in them, and taking some of these shares back right to America, sovereign wealth funds. So we finally got the first sovereign wealth fund, but I think this is not the right people to be giving this to. So for those who want to see the real energy revolution, even Alex Jones was lying to everybody, saying that Trump is going to release all the energy technology. Of course, that never happened. So now Alex Jones has this career fraudster from the deep state, Stephen Greer, on his shows, lying through his teeth again for the 35th year in a row that there's going to be some alien disclosure bullshit.
It's on the way, Thomas.
Right. Yeah, right. It's a just imminent disclosure, and lying that the government is hiding this. And it's just and then you have Garash. Okay, everybody's tired of the same old talking head Greer fraud. So then they do Garash, another fraud, and he couldn't even hold together the story. So they couldn't feature him on mainstream media. They had to send him to Australia on their third-rate program, not even one of their mainstream media programs, and on and on. And you have all these conservatives that want to fall victim to this ridiculous nonsense manipulation of aliens, the serpents from space, the Satans from space, instead of supporting the actual small private breakthrough energy innovators, of which historically all of them have been Christians. That's one interesting thing about the breakthrough energy innovators. And Bill Gates and the Bill Gates so-called Breakthrough Energy Ventures Fund says they are not to be supported. Don't support them. And that's Silicon Valley's position, is to not ever support these people and demand they come through the censorship and anti-entrepreneurship regime. And here it's people like Sam Cheney, not the mainstream fraud news. And I solicited 60 plus media, and none of them care about this issue at all. They don't respond to these innovators, and all of them have gone after the mainstream media before to these people historically. So they were showing some of these people back in the 1990s, and that has since changed. And now they're just endlessly pushing these frauds, like the fake Great Hot Fusion scam, which is a 90-year criminal fraud. For those who don't know, the fusion is a criminal fraud. It will never work. That's not how physics works. And they lie to you. And they endlessly say you can't break the laws of physics. You can't get more energy out than you put in. But then they say that they can do this with their Great Hot Fusion fraud, and they expect you to believe it. And most people do. They fall for this scam. 90 years, trillions of dollars blown on this. Not a single kilowatt of electricity has ever come out of it. They endlessly lie. They've solved this, and it's really disgusting to see that. All of these people should be criminally charged. They should be arrested immediately and put in prison for the rest of their lives. They're participating in open fraud. They all know it's fraud. They all know it will never work. They all admit this. They're all on YouTube videos admitting this. It would be very easy to bring a criminal case against them because they all literally admitted on the videos that they know that this will never work. And then they go immediately to investors and lie through their teeth that they'll do it in 5 years to defraud the money. And Scam Altman has been involved in this. He's been one of the biggest players in this, defrauding investors. It's a crime. It's a crime. If we were just to change the name from Fusion to anything else and we were to do the same thing, we'd go to jail. But they're getting away with this. So, right, North Sea oil due to run out. Yeah, right. So people are tired of the fraud and the lies. Regardless, we should not be burning this toxic.
I like it. I like being lied to endlessly. That's what we're pro corruption, pro being pro being a fool. What do they say? Better also said stupidity needs more attention. And so, yeah, we're pro all of the idiocy and frauds because that's what gets support, not the actual truth. Because
Right. So
God forbid.
$3 trillion a year in climate change funding, and they don't have a single dollar to fund the energy innovators. And now the SBA, now DOGE has just found thousands.
We're getting there. We're getting there, Thomas. You're ahead of me.
And we were just looking into getting funding from the SBA, loans from the SBA, and we were declined due to you need to have $10,000 in monthly revenue cash flow and be in profit as a business, and at least 2 years a company running in America with over $10,000 in positive profit cash flow in order to qualify for an SBA loan, which we don't have as a new startup needing the funding to build the equipment to get the revenue, etc. So the SBA will not finance us, but they're financing the Democrat kids, right, that they're sitting on and killing. And
I think it was all fake. We'll get to that story. Okay, go subscribe to Weaponized News, share this, push the like, and go to weaponizednews.com, get some stickers. By the way, Carrie, if you're listening, your stickers are in the mail. You should be, I mailed them on Friday or Saturday. You should be getting your stickers any day now, Carrie. Pride friendly here with the holograph there, all your colors in the rainbow.
Yes.
And you can put it up.
Yeah. Perfect for Kelly. Kelly, if you're watching, please buy some stickers. We got the.
Even though they're doing away with DEI, I'm staying with DEI right here. All right. So, more.
We support deep voices.
We support deep voices that drink a lot of whiskey. Okay. NASA shuts down DEI. See where NASA's now it's like, I don't know what to do. NASA has announced the closure of several offices, including the Office of Technology, Policy, Strategy, the Office of Chief Scientist, and a branch focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility. They added an A there, DEIA. This action is in response to Trump's executive order aimed at reorganizing and downsizing the federal workforce. The agency has begun notifying 23 employees affected by the Reduction in Force Act, RIF. NASA describes this as an opportunity to reshape its workforce, potentially leading to broader organizational changes in the future. And so another one where Uncle Sam is crying here. It's very sad. Here's a screenshot of one of their websites, maintenance mode. And so they're down there at NASA, maybe anonymous hacking them, who knows? And we'll just blame it on Trump. Trump's education department talking about winding down the federal Department of Education. Trump is reportedly considering an executive order to dismantle. I think we said this well, we've got to play this maniac who, of course, deserves all our money, our children, our soul should be donated to old Randy Weingarten. Remember what a monster she was during the medical intervention period? Who cares? Give her a raise. Everything she says is Jesus' gospel. But she's outraged now by it. Uncle Sam crying again. She's the head of the, of course, Public Education Union. So let's hear from her. And we should all bow down and worship her for her noble actions during the medical intervention period. If anybody could remember back that far, how she treated the children and everyone else along the way too.
Is why so many people are so mad about it, because they're just taking opportunity away from kids that don't have it. So kids of billionaires, they have it. They go to private schools. Everyone else, 90%, go to public schools. Don't take away their opportunity.
So let's stay on the facts.
Sorry,
no,
I'm really angry about this.
No, because this
I'm
is what
really
people
angry.
need to hear.
I taught kids in Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York.
Thomas, she cares about the children. Let me tell you, Uncle Sam is crying. Some more.
Yeah. I mean, how dare you take away their jobs so that they can have security and require them to actually come into work for their job? I mean, how dare you? And it's interesting timing. Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. Since the conspiracy theorists were right about everything, I'm just throwing it out there. You notice that our new friend Kelly, Rainbow Kelly, with the deep voice, right, plays the victim as the left always does. But of course, the NSA is not going to release why they actually fired that person. They will never say that because that's right, a top secret agency. They're never going to actually reveal the facts of that. And Mr. or Miss Kelly could have, or Mr. and Miss Kelly, it could have been up to all kinds of things. It's interesting timing. All of these Mr. and Miss Kellys get fired under the DEI policy, and all of a sudden, how about this? All of a sudden, Anonymous starts hacking X, starts hacking DOGE, right? And these people have the skills to do that. So I will just postulate the conspiracy theory that it's actually these people doing that under the anonymous tag, and there might be, some tracking of these people, putting risks into the system, which is being watched by additional people in the coding and cybersecurity industry, like Mr. Musk and Palantir and others. They're watching this to see these nefarious inside actors, right? Threats domestic, and there certainly are many of those kind of people in the system. And I would say, I would postulate the conspiracy theory that it's these chameleons very often doing that.
They're the good people. They care about America's national security. And Uncle Sam is crying here, Thomas. Okay, continuing with the cuts. Secretary of the of HUD, who has this giant $1 trillion fraud running through it that Catherine Austin Fitts always reports on, telling us about, that we'll probably never get to the bottom of. But they're cutting now Biden era red tape, essentially. Let me read you the press release. So let me put it on the screen here. Secretary Scott Turner cuts red tape by terminating AFFH rule. Action will restore zoning decisions to localities and increase access and supply to affordable housing. They made this announcement. When was it? Today, I guess. Was it today or Friday? I don't know. It's blurring. HUD will terminate a Biden era 2021 affirmatively furthering fair housing AFFH rule, cutting costly red tape imposed on localities and returning decision-making power to local and state governments. The Biden era AFFH rule was in effect a zoning tax, which fueled an increase in cost and a decrease in supply of affordable housing due to restrictions on local land. Well, they hate minorities for doing this, and they're bad, and so they're fascists, obviously. Paid protesters against Musk now. It turns out that, as I reported at the beginning, old Musk he doesn't own the freaking Tesla dealerships, but there's these radical environmentalists, I guess, that are mad about climate change, attacking Tesla dealerships around the country. And it turns out that they're actually being paid to go protest in front of the Tesla dealerships here now. Some were attacked. A woman attacked, I forget where, but one of the Tesla dealerships was attacked with Molotov cocktails. And so here is a short clip of one of these paid protesters.
Yeah, I get paid to be out here.
You get paid to be out here?
Yeah.
Amazing. So some pack.
Yeah, you really are getting paid for this?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, definitely. 100% I'm getting paid for this. Yeah.
And so legitimate grassroots protests there against Tesla.
Yeah, there's where your $3 trillion in climate money is going to. It's not going to the clean tech startups. Not a single dollar for early stage funding, they all need to go back to the rich elitist, aardvark venture capital investors in Silicon Valley. Otherwise, and 99% of them will never get a deal in their entire lives. That's where the money's going, is to protests and kickbacks, corruption, money laundering to Stacey Abrams to sit on her kids.
Totally legitimate use of
Put her
tax.
head into a big pile of coke, so she's got it all over her hair.
Totally legitimate use of tax money. So if you're Uncle Sam that's crying, there are jobs available here. Paid protests, totally legitimate grassroots protests against Tesla. $40 an hour compensation here being announced for peaceful protests. Don't bring your Molotov cocktails like that one woman did, firebombing a Tesla dealership over the weekend. So 20 people for peaceful protest. And you missed today, but you can still get in on tomorrow and Wednesday there in Washington State. And so there you go. So if you got fired from your fake federal government job, now you can go be a fake protester and paid $40 an hour there in the Washington area on your just search Craigslist. See, I'm trying to help the local economy as best I can. Black Lives Matter Plaza in DC begins dismantling amid funding threats. And so this is quite a racist, horrific thing. Today, it's being announced, we have a short video clip of it, that BLM Plaza, a totally grassroots organization for Black Lives Matter, in Washington, D.C., following pressure from House Republicans to remove the symbolic mural. And so it's totally not at all racist against white people. It's for Black lives, even though they're even though their lead organizer there out of LA took, I don't know how many millions and was living in a giant mansion and hasn't improved any Black people's lives whatsoever. But discounting all that, here's a short video in DC of the mural being dismantled today. Sadly, very racist of them. So even though they're removing that in DC, you can still take it upon yourself to shame white people in your life every day. Okay, yeah, you can take the grassroots.
Demonize them, even state openly that they're the biggest risk to humanity, the biggest terrorists, the biggest evil in humanity, and so on. Certainly not the World Economic Forum. Certainly not the APAC, certainly not these warmongers that are destroying 8, 9, 10 Muslim countries currently, dropping bombs on refugee camps. So definitely not those people. It's only the whites, right?
Whitey bad, as the UK said, we reported last week, higher penalties if you're white in the UK than if you're a minority for committing crimes, as it should be, because Whitey's bad. Okay, SCOTUS to review Colorado's conversion therapy law. Another one. Oh my God, bigots. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear Chiles versus Salazar, a case challenging a Colorado law that prohibits licensed therapists from practicing conversion therapy on minors. This law is aimed at protecting young LGBTQ plus individuals from practices known to cause psychological harm. So it's conversion therapy, and it's just pure hate, basically trying to convince them to find God and maybe there's another way, and rethink before you have some type of radical surgery. And so again, the bigoted Supreme Court will review this case. And we're going to have to follow that one. And who was running? Is Biden even still alive? The guy in the mask, a drone, a clone, a robot. Who the hell was Biden? Is he even still alive? We haven't seen him in months now. But who was signing all of the laws, executive orders, and pronouncements of the Biden administration. It's now come out that an auto pen signature was used, and it's being reviewed by Missouri's Attorney General to investigate the legitimacy of signatures on said laws, proclamations, and the like. That allegedly the chief executive signs it. That makes it the law. Is supposedly how I know civics is hard and is a conspiracy theory in this country, but there is something called civics and separation of powers and checks and balances and so on that the government is supposed to function this way with a legitimate signature from the president, the chief executive of the executive branch of the federal government. And so now it's coming under question, who the hell was actually signing all this stuff, laws and the like? Was it even Biden, or was it a robot? When a machine signs, who rules the republic? So
that's called plausible deniability, creating plausible deniability. That's what the fake intelligence apps are for. As Kate Broderick, another dual personality, like our new friend Kelly, Kate Broderick went on to CNN and CBS and said, we inputted the genome from the CCP GenBank, the 33 base pairs, and in less than 2 hours, it spit out a perfect, as Bill Gates is talking about, a perfect match vaccine for your for your genetic profile in just only 2 hours. And they're going to put that into people. And hey, if there's anything wrong, then you're led to believe that that's going to be the fault of the fake intelligence app. So then that's blamed on them, not actually the coders, not actually the chemists and the engineers who made this in the first place and should be analyzing this. And we're analyzing that, of course.
If anything goes wrong, you're bad. You're anti-science. You're the one that's in the wrong here. So the question is, they say, well, Biden approved it, so what's the hurt in using the auto pin to sign it? Well, as we know, the court ruled that Biden wasn't even fit to stand trial for corruption because he was freaking not mentally fit. And so is a non-mentally fit president that nods his head and says, sign it? Is that legitimate? It doesn't seem like it to me. But what the hell? Act Blue here now we're seeing facilitated the illegal alien invasion of America, a multi-billion-dollar network of far-left NGOs responsible for helping illegal aliens make it to the United States, and hotlines exposing ICE raids. And so Act Blue, the greatest political action committee in American history, is actually part of a human trafficking network. A large part of it, it turns out.
Well, what else could you expect from Susan Rosenberg, who Clinton pardoned, who takes in and manages all of this money and funnels it back to the Democrats, and Joe Biden,
but they're called border angels, Thomas.
Right. And remember, everybody needs to remember when he first was selected, and then he's goes through the inauguration, and they put this stack of 50 executive orders, way bigger than Trump's, even reversing all the Trump policies, and they're all blank. And he looks down at these blank EO books, staring at the blank pages, and he looks up at everybody, and he's expected to sign blank pages. He looks up at everybody and he says, "You guys, I have no idea what I'm even signing here, and I'm supposed to sign, right?" That's how ridiculous it is. He doesn't know what policies are even coming in. He's not privy to it. And it even looks like Trump isn't even privy to it. Trump sits down and it's the same thing. And Trump is asking, what am I signing, guys? What's this one? And he needs someone to read it off, a summary of this to him. Every single one of them. He has no idea. And then he's surprised. Oh, we're doing this now? Oh, we're doing this. He doesn't even know what they're signing. So people who think that Trump has come up with his 5D chess mastermind, policies. He doesn't even know. Somebody's writing this for him, and he doesn't even know what they're doing. He sits his ass in the chair as a puppet actor, and then he's signing this stuff. And there's no.
We'll get to that AI government here more and more. So here's all the groups, the good people that are facilitating the human trafficking into the country. All good. They're the good guys. Anybody questions them is bad, obviously. And it just goes on and on and on, all facilitated through Act Blue. And they're the good guys, and you're
FEMA
not.
and Mayorkas and the HHS. And
If you're
again,
American
Mr.
citizen taxpayer, you're a piece of garbage, and these are the good people.
And Miss Kelly, Mr. or Miss Kelly, Mr. and Miss Kelly, her best friend, Rachel Levine, who's the relative, I think it's the brother of the editor of Bloomberg, Mr. Levine. I'm pretty certain that they are a brother and sister.
Denver reminds us Aardvark Family Services there is one of them, and Catholic Charities as well. And so they're all good. And if you don't like it, you're a piece of garbage.
Right. And of course, Bloomberg is a famous a Jewish guy. And so is the Levine brother and sister pair, which the editor of
We're going to get
Bloomberg-
to them. We're holding the Aardvarks to last, like Q told us. Here's our what do you even call her? Firecracker? Do we have her here? Old Jasmine Crockett. I mean, she's one of the best. She's saying crazy stuff out there, but what the hell? She is a congresswoman. Representative Jasmine Crockett has sparked controversy by stating that entering the United States illegally is not a crime. And then, of course, they cite Title 8 USC 1325, which is the law that says it is illegal to enter the United States illegally. Let's watch this short clip. She still got my vote. We love ourselves some Jasmine Crockett. When she famously said that Trump is Putin's hoe, and so we do appreciate her color commentary. I don't know though. It does seem like entering the country illegally is illegal. Let's watch this short clip.
It is not a crime to enter the country illegally. Watch this.
They continue to say things like the illegals and that they broke the law coming in. But what they're not telling the American people is that it is a civil violation. It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime. Don't give me this fake outrage about criminals roaming our streets when you guys stand 10 toes down for the biggest criminal that we have ever seen go into the White House.
Well, an interesting comment there. Tom Homan joins me now. Here's the question, Tom. Is it a crime or a misdemeanor to enter the country illegally?
It's a crime to enter the country illegally on Title 8, United States Code 1325, and it's really pathetic that any member of Congress don't understand what the law says. They wrote the law. They enacted the law. It was signed by the president. It's a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. If you've entered it prior, it's a felony. So, I've been saying this for I don't know how long on your show, and I had to educate AOC years ago during the hearing that it's a.
I can't believe we're even having this discussion. That's why I fully support Jasmine Crockett. U.S.-Mexico border crossings allegedly dropped to 90%. Let's watch this shocking report from CBS. And then we have the Self-Deportation app coming up. I may use this to try to get some illegal alien benefits soon.
Just feet away from Mexico, our cameras captured a heavily fortified U.S. border.
This has been known for so many years for the high level of smuggling activity.
That has been true historically, but not anymore.
The activity is very slow. There's multiple factors attached to why we have seen a significant drop in apprehensions recently. One of them, of course, is consequences.
And you believe that is due to new policies from Washington, D.C.?
It has a lot to do with that.
It is quiet here at the U.S.-Mexico border, where illegal crossings are down by more than 90% from the same time last year. We have seen Border Patrol agents, soldiers, and vehicles and barriers, but no migrants so far. President Trump has shut down the U.S. asylum system, empowering officials to swiftly deport migrants without processing their claims. He has also deployed thousands of troops to the border and tasked the military with deportations. It's a crackdown felt across the border in Mexico.
They're sad there. I don't know why they sent out a skinhead looking reporter to report on that, but
I've got the 8 U.S. Code 1325 up here if you want to show that.
The code of hate. Let's show it.
So it does clearly say that it's a crime here. 8 U.S. Code 1325, titled Improper Entry by Alien. And it talks about any alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers, or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry into the United States by willfully false or misleading representation. And then it outlines the penalties for the offense and imprisonment, right? Imprisonment is not a civil offense, as what she's talking about.
Yeah, you caught that. She tried to say it was civil and not criminal, but indeed it is criminal to break our immigration law.
She's twisting this part of it here, manipulating the public, lying to the public, because there is a civil penalty, right? So fines otherwise, right? So if the aliens are apprehended while entering illegally, then there's fines as well, right? So there's fines for that. So she lies that there's no crime, lies that there's no prison time, etc. And then you have, as well, it outlines even for business, if somebody makes a fake business under the investor visa for the purpose of evading any immigration laws, right? They're just doing it for the purpose of getting citizenship, then they would be put in prison for 5 years. And so now Trump has made it so you can purchase it, because many people were actually doing that, and now he's made it so you can just buy it for the $5 million,
yeah,
which is ridiculous in my view. This pay for play, that's corruption. I don't support that at all. That's ridiculous. The support should be the other way. If legitimate people, anybody wants to, you check them out, you do a background check, psychological check, and you see, do interviews with them, and you see, does this person want to actually integrate into American culture? Do they believe in American values? Are they going to assimilate into American society in life, right? Do they have, Judeo-Christian values and principles? Are they, right, criminal or not? Are they likely to become an offender? Are they going to make a business? If they're going to make a business and they want to build one in America, not only should they be supported to have the shot to come in and try to make a business because they share in the American dream and the entrepreneurship dream to make a family business and employ Americans and so on, and they're going to engage in that, they should even be funded. They should even be financed if they have a merit-based business plan that actually makes sense. They should be put in front of panels of early-stage venture capital investors, and venture capital should be greatly expanded in America, 10 times more than it is right now. It's not acceptable for only 1% of founders to ever get a deal in their entire lives. This is just absolutely asinine. It's a clown show.
Monopolies need to be protected, Thomas.
Right, that's exactly what it is.
Well, I'm with old Jasmine Crockett. Come on in. It's just a civil penalty. My congresswoman told me so, even though we just read the law.
There's no jail time at all. Completely fine. Yeah, nobody going to put you in prison. No problem.
So who's doing a disservice, especially because she's pro-black. Obviously, she's black, and it is illegal immigration is hurting black employment. I'm sorry to tell you the facts of the matter. That's the facts of the matter. But she's obviously let politics override her care for the black community, and it's very sad. So we may have to rethink our support of Jasmine Crockett here on just that simple fact alone. Okay, the Border Patrol has repurposed an app here now that was used to streamline the smuggling of the illegal aliens, and so the Border Patrol Home app gives aliens the option to now leave and self-deport. Let's watch this report about it. And so apparently it's been repurposed from coming here to now leaving here. let's watch this report. CBP1 app is now a self-deportation app. And we're going to see where it's already been used by some illegal terrorists that have been here.
Well, breaking right now, the Trump DHS is launching a new self-deportation app for illegal immigrants, giving those in the U.S. illegally an incentive to cooperate. And Bill Melugin is live in L.A. with more. Hi, Bill.
Dana, good morning to you. So this is pretty remarkable. The Trump administration has taken that controversial CBP1 cell phone app for migrants that the Biden administration was using, and they've repurposed it into a self-deportation app that is officially launching today. And we're getting an exclusive first look at it. Take a look. The app is now called CBP Home. It allows illegal aliens in the U.S. to register to self-deport. They fill out biographical information, including their countries of citizenship, which country they plan to return to, their alien registration numbers, their contact information, and it allows them to upload photos of themselves to confirm their identity. All of it is then submitted to CBP, and they leave the country. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, why would an illegal immigrant want to self-deport? Well, DHS says if they leave now, they will have the opportunity to return to the U.S. legally in the future and chase the American dream. But if they don't leave, they will be found, arrested, detained, and deported with a permanent ban on entry into the United States. In a statement to Fox News, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said in part, quote, the Biden administration exploited the CBP1 app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. With the launching of the CBP Home app, we are restoring integrity to our immigration system. If they don't self-deport, we will find them, deport them, and they will never return. The Biden administration's use of the CBP1 app allowed more than 40,000 migrants to come into the U.S. at a port of entry every single month. That totaled nearly 1 million migrants by the end of his presidency. President Trump terminated that app immediately upon taking office, leading to scenes like this, showing migrants dismayed at the border on the day of his inauguration as they learned their CBP1 appointments were canceled and were never coming back. And DHS tells me that any migrants who had that CBP1 app on their phone will see it automatically update to this new self-deportation app starting today. And DHS can also use the data from the prior CBP1 registrations to track migrants for removal. So in a nutshell, Dana, Trump just took Biden's program, which was bringing migrants in, and has now totally repurposed it to get them out. We'll send it back to you.
And I started hearing some radio ads that were mirroring some of the.
It was innovative there to flip it around on them. So here is one of the victims now. I don't know. I don't think he used this app. He got ahead of the game, but it turns out that aid for AOC has now self-deported. Self-deported back to Colombia. Diego de la Vega, who served as AOC's deputy communications director, has reportedly self-deported to Colombia after working for a campaign despite his undocumented status. So there you go. A sitting U.S. Congresswoman was breaking U.S. immigration employment law and employing an illegal alien. So I don't know, why doesn't she get in trouble? She enabled the illegal alien to be here employed illegally. He was reportedly being paid upwards of $80,000 per year. Here's the.
Well, she got away with campaign finance crimes, giving money to her boyfriends, etc., to run her campaigns and so on. She got away with that, so she's got to get away with this too, right?
I guess so. But there you go. He self-deported. He saw the fascists coming and said, "I'm out of town." So good for you, Mr.
And she did a great job making sure
Vega.
15,000 clean energy technology startups all got funded. Oh, wait, no, not a single dollar. Thank you.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Climate finance loan program for clean energy startups anywhere that anybody can find.
Okay, we got to blast through the news. We still got a lot more. I'm going to have to cut something so we don't go that over. Newsom's ties to China under scrutiny. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to go to this one first because it ties in with the immigration. Washington State Attorney General sues Adams County over ICE collaborations. And so Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown has filed a lawsuit against Adams County Sheriff's Department. The suit alleges that the office has been aiding federal immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, in their deportation work. And so this guy, I don't know how they're going to square it, but he's suing a Adams County sheriff in Washington State over them working with ICE. Sheriff deputies have unlawfully held people in custody based solely on immigration status. Yeah. And so here's an image from that lawsuit. Yeah, you're a criminal. You broke our immigration law. Like they just can't seem to grasp this concept. Maybe it's all the mind control programming where they just kept telling us over and over and over again, they're migrants. They're just migrants. No, they're illegal aliens breaking our immigration law. Go to another country, they'll freaking kill you, man. They'll literally kill you in a lot of other countries. But here in America, no, they're just loving migrants. Brain surgeons, most of them actually, we were told. Okay. Newsom ties to China under scrutiny. Remember this when he signed, what was it? It was like $1 billion, maybe $2 billion. I forget even. They just throw around billions like nothing. At least $1 billion deal with the Chinese, was it BY? I forget even their name, their electric car manufacturer, but BYD. But somehow they found it upon themselves to make $1 billion worth of masks for the medical intervention period. And Newsom gave them $1 billion, even more than that even. But turns out a book's coming up here exposing Governor Gavin Newsom's connections to China and alleged corruption. Well, that couldn't be because Newsom's not corrupt, but he's remaking himself right now as a blue dog Democrat, a moderate, when he's doesn't even care about politics. He's a political opportunist, tyrannical maniac, psychopath, California psycho, who will do whatever it takes to make money and remain in power. Is actually, and he could. The reality is, he could give a damn what political party you are, any of it. It doesn't matter. He's a psychopath. But we look forward to this book coming out, Fool's Gold: The Radicals, Con Artists, and Traitors Who Killed the California Dream and Now Threaten Us All. And so we'll look forward to that book coming out, underlining corruption between Gavin Newsom and China. We'll have to see what we can get out of that. Okay, we got to blast through the rest. Some of these stories we can glaze over. Okay. On to, well, I had a whole AI cyber deal set up, but we'll just go to two stories about it. Specifically, what happened to it? Where'd it go? Here it is. See, this is be careful what you wish for, because as we all want to downsize the federal government and make Uncle Sam cry, amid job cuts, PC Mag tells us DOGE accelerates rollout of AI tool to automate government tasks. And so be careful what you wish for, because you may just get it. You may just get no humans in government and it run by AI, which looks like we're fast approaching here now.
So and that's exactly what the left wanted. I thought that's what they wanted. They wanted AI to take over everything, to eliminate all of the jobs. And Yuval Harari, the hero of the left, he insisted that this is going to occur. That AI is going to eliminate all the jobs, and you
be careful what you wish for.
You useless eaters with your useless lives. We're going to put you on games and fake reality from Silicon Valley.
But we care about the children and the veterans, they tell us now. DOGE began testing the GSAI chatbot with 150 GSA employees in February, and it now has rolled it out 1,500 agency employees. It was under development for several months before DOGE arrived, and so it's coming on fast here now. The development of from their cyber lords, and this is what they deserve, but it's not really what we want, but it is. Yeah, I don't think we'll cover that. So yeah, it's rolling out here now, GSAI, and it's going to take the place of the useless leaders there in the federal government. And so be careful what you wish for. You may just get it. But Palantir stock plunged. And so it turns out that it's being reported Palantir stock, which is kind of confusing to me, even though all the markets are down lately. Palantir stock is down 10% today. And so that's very sad for the scientific dictatorship. Maybe they're just going to get rid of Palantir and move on. I don't know, but Palantir has seen a stock decline nearly 40%. And so you can see right here.
And they're blaming Trump. Stocks are down because of Trump tariffs. No, stocks are down because they were in the record bubble of all time, all of human history, due to record printing and all of the printing going into these corporations to do buybacks. And now finally the bubble is popping. And this has been a long time coming, for years already. They were talking about this in the Joe Crimeton administration, that it's just an outrageous bubble. Every economist was talking about it. But you can see how the media just lying through their faces, lying that it's due to the Trump tariffs. It was overdue. It was going to happen. And it should go down. The S&P 500 should go down to around 4,550.
Well, sadly, Palantir, our scientific dictators, AI assassination systems are down because they've wiped out.
Their stock was in a bubble too.
They've wiped out they proved, I guess, assassination is only worth so much. That's a great segue to usdebtclock.org, my favorite website on the internet here. And you can see they built DOGE clock in there now. And so you can see DOGE savings per taxpayer. It's being calculated as $1,658 right now. And so, but it's also being said that when Congress passes, the Republican GOP-led Congress passes this upcoming continuing resolution on the federal budget, that none of these spending cuts that DOGE has recommended are going to be implemented. So all the fraud that we've seen is going to be still funded by the Congress, thankfully, for that, to keep the whole fraud show going, known as the federal government. So don't cry that hard. So what else do we got? We got, I got to speed up here in the interest of time. So we saw Palantir down, Tesla down. Tesla shares plunged 15%. But as Thomas just explained, it was all in a bubble. But hey, let's blame Trump anyway. That makes me feel good, even though.
We got the Palantir chart here just to put things into perspective and give people the visual.
Even though before Musk allegedly, he's another opportunist. He doesn't give a damn about your politics either. But these people are stupid and can't seem to see that. But before he was a perceived right-winger MAGA guy, if you didn't own a Tesla for the environment, you're a piece of garbage. That's what they told us. And but within the span of a year, you're a
science denier, you're a science liar, and all of and now they're burning them.
Now they're burning them. And
burning pollution into the sky, toxifying the entire environment, and they're totally fine with that, right? They're completely fine with burning down Los Angeles and making all of this pollution in the sky, right? And here's the chart. You can see the massive bubble in the Palantir stock. This is just going back 2021, so 4 years. It just skyrocketed like.
When they started proving their assassination through the AI 6 degrees of separation on Hamas there in Aardvark land, people were like blown away and like, wow, we could say that you knew a guy, 6 degrees separated from him, and still claim it's Hamas and legitimately target them for assassination, which they did. They're in Aardvark land, and so they got a big pump from that. But then it turns out that it was actually just a bubble.
Yeah, it was up 13 times. The stock was up 13 times from 2022 in just 2 years, effectively, or 3 years, 2022, 23, 24, 3 years up 13 times, and then now it's coming back. So got to always put things in perspective with the stock market prices and what's happening with the market. And it's overvalued right now. And of course, so with the lack of education going on with the shitcoin industry, endlessly pretending like everything should just forever go to the moon, and a green day and update every single day because, hey, XRP, support the central bankers and their 666 demonetization platform. You got to support that. So because of this kind of mass fraud on the public, people don't have any sense anymore. And now it's a generation of people that are clueless about business fundamentals and actual bottom line. 100% of these cryptos.
It was bad enough. It was bad enough.
Vaporware, right? It was bad enough before.
It was bad enough with the Federal Reserve engineering boom and bust cycles, but now it's just like off the. But here's an example of what we were saying about these same people were protesting. If you don't buy a Tesla, then you want the planet to spontaneously combust due to global warming. Right. Now they're screaming boycott Tesla. And so
they're saying that you should be put in jail, that there should be, if you're a climate denier, that you should go to jail. And they were pushing for that. They were trying to make that happen. And they planned to do that if Joe Crime won again.
To show how fake, to show how fake it all is. They are so politicized, mind controlled by this fake political system we have here. Played like puppets on a string by Musk, by Gavin Newsom. You got to realize these guys are psychopaths. They don't give a damn. They're opportunists, psychopaths, and they could care less about your politics. It's just beyond. It's how stupid.
And remember when they dehumanized Trump for not winning twice in a row and being among the very few presidents who won just one term and didn't serve both terms. And now Joe Crime has he didn't have 2 terms, right? So
bring him back for 2028.
Yeah, with all of the dementia, definitely bring him back.
Bring him back. He's the best shot Democrats have. Okay, this is the story.
They'll go with Fetterman. They'll one up.
I want to see Jasmine Crockett.
Our friend Kelly's out of a job. They'll go for Kelly.
Jasmine Crockett is who I'm going to be supporting. Here is the story you were talking about earlier. DOGE reveals $312 million in SBA loans to minors, like under 18, not like gold or coal miners, but like miners like under 18. And so it turns out during
11-year-olds
during the medical intervention period, the SBA was granting age 11 and younger these fake medical intervention loans to, and obviously it's all fraud. And so these
we got to give it to somebody. You can't give it to the breakthrough clean energy innovators. I mean, you got to make sure it doesn't go to them. So you got to give it to somebody. So
the loans were given to 11-year-olds or younger, and so somebody out there took their identity and applied for SBA emergency loan relief, and they got it, and you'll never see that money again. And
sounds like Silicon Valley altruism to me.
They're the good guys, and so don't ever question anything they did during the medical intervention period. They saved the world. They saved our lives 2 times over. Okay, the $1 trillion impact. I found this story rather concerning as well. A new study jointly conducted by the Functional Government Initiative and the Center for Renewing America has identified that 460 programs across 24 federal agencies under the Biden administration have integrated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. The report suggests that these initiatives have utilized up to $1 trillion with a T of federal funding. The findings highlighted the extensive incorporation of DEI principles in government operations, but it did not detail the effectiveness or outcomes of said programs. And so screw you, innovators. We're funding what's their name again? What's their name?
Yeah, Kelly.
Kelly. We're funding Kelly. And so screw you. $1 trillion though, and 460 programs across 24 agencies. So I mean,
well, the Kellys are now hacking Rumble. It's now come out that Rumble is going down too, and under a massive cyber attack by the chameleons.
There you go. So we're struggling through.
So they're fighting back. They're the resistance, right?
They're the resistance. They're the good ones. Hey, we got your sticker right here. We support you 100%. Okay, even though you're blocking us from streaming with your attacks, but what the hell? Trump's a fascist, Nazi, communist, whatever, bad guy, right? And so obviously,
because he supports Ukraine. He's doing exactly the leftist policy, but hey, let's ignore that, right?
Okay, I had a lot of economic news, but in the interest of time, we're going to skip it. Oh, I just wanted to show two things there. What you talked about before, Thomas, U.S. debt strategy, alleged market manipulation. Discussions on social media suggest that there might be an intentional strategy by Trump to crash the stock market in order to manage the refinancing of $7 trillion of U.S. debt due within the next 6 months. What do you think about this?
Who's writing this trash? This has got to be New York Times or
it's
TV or something.
It's actually coming from X, from Grok, from their AI.
Yeah, which is inserted. Yeah, of course, Trump is not going to crash the stock market or do anything of the sort. Of course, he's not going to do that. And again, the stock market is at record over valuations, and we've shown the charts here before. Record bubble. The prices are way above the traditional valuations for the multiples that investors are willing to pay for those earnings, for the profits, for the growth rate of those companies. The valuations have gotten way ahead of themselves due to stock buybacks and massive printing, all of it going to this elite oligarchy, all of the consolidation of the wealth due to the elimination of small business. And all the layoff statistics right now are showing that small businesses are suffering. They're not really coming back. The SBA obviously isn't helping. Silicon Valley has gotten more tight, more restrictive, more elite only, establishment only, and less funding to everyone else. They're consolidating everything at a record rate never before seen in history. That's what's going on. And some of the air in the bubble has got to pop, and that's what's happening. And it's way overdue. The valuations are crazy. It's ridiculous. And there's going to be some gas, extra air in it, and more confidence. These $100 billion deals because of Trump doing things, but we're way overdue for a correction, a stock market correction, and it should be a 30 to 40% correction. And all of these elites, they cashed out. Warren Buffett sold all of his stock. People keep saying, all of these elite aardvark bankers have been selling all of their stock and moving to cash. There's record dry powder, record cash waiting for the prices to come back down for them to invest in again. And they'll wait until stocks are in the channel, and they'll try to manipulate and orchestrate it. But it's definitely not Trump doing that. Of course, they'll blame it on Trump, the people who are actually doing that. So anybody talking that Trump is doing this, it's those people and the people behind them that are actually the ones doing it.
Denver says stock recapitalization used to be illegal. Now it's just called Congress.
Well, there's nothing wrong with stock recapitalization from an innovative standpoint. There's nothing actually fundamentally wrong with it. It's just another tool. So I'm happy to see that that's been taken off. And recapitalization can be used as a financing mechanism to actually grow a company. The government should be regulating and managing for companies to do that internationally more, in helping American corporations to do that internationally more. and focusing on these American corporations instead of consolidating everything and just stripping the coverage.
We need everything centralized, monopoly control. It's the only way to keep us safe, Thomas.
They need to push those companies international and fund small businesses and fund more economic diversity in America. That would make America much stronger. But they're not doing that. They're just funding these robber barons to continue just ripping everybody off in America and just cleaning everything, all the coverage bone dry.
Ethereum has dropped below 2,000 today. It's being reported the lowest price level since November 23.
It's a good price. I'd say anything below 2,000 is a good price for Ethereum.
So Ethereum has crashed, essentially. Not really crashed, but it's took a 5.6% dip today. As always, all of these cryptocurrencies.
It was over 4,000, so it's more than 50%
discount
to its high. So it qualifies as a crash, but that's manipulation by mainstream media to talk about these terms of crash. Like that makes people think that it's going to zero, that it's game over, but that's not that's clearly not the case. Ethereum is still a very, very popular tool and is in the #2 blockchain out there. And that's what all of these projects are building on, is Ethereum predominantly, and it's considered the professional industry standard for people to build. Professional projects, professional companies that are making a token on blockchain, they want you to have an Ethereum token. They want us to have an Ethereum token. And we're looking into making an ERC20 token listed on Binance right now, talking to one of the most professional providers in the industry. That's the official provider for real world asset tokens on Binance. So we're in discussions with them, getting all the details for that right now. And they're very interested in listing us. So Ethereum will come back, no doubt about it. So it's a good time if people are interested to get into blockchain assets to buy some, start buying some bits of Ethereum. Though even better to buy Alpha Omega Energy.
Okay, continuing. I'm still trying to hook up to X. I don't think it's going to happen live stream here. But anyway, continuing. The sad news.
Thanks, Kelly.
I had a hard time
shutting down X.
I had a hard time doing a show today. This is why Ruckus didn't come on. I'm surprised that Barry's even able to join the stream. Justin Trudeau is out as Prime Minister of Canada. It's got us all shaken up, very emotional.
I don't believe it. I'm not buying it.
It's official now. It's official. Let's watch the video of the vote. It's viewer discretion advised.
In first place, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, with 131,674 votes, resulting in 29,457 allocated points, representing 85.9% of the vote.
So there it is, former Goldman Sachs banker.
Cheering for the central bankers. So let's put this again, once again, central bankers running the entire world, not the people, not the actual, actual representative, but more central bankers, corrupt elitists, just what we always get. Right, these people should be banned from office.
Meet the old boss, meet the new boss, same as the old boss, and so no more.
Just another puppet of the same
But hey, his sign said liberal. See that big red sign said liberal.
Right. Well, they're liberal to genocide. They're liberal to
there you go.
Right, depopulating these.
And they'll scream at you. Right. Climate change, burn your Tesla down. No.
Right. They're liberal about lying to the public. They're liberal about getting the Africans to thank them for depopulating them. They're certainly liberal about that. They're liberal about taxing you into the ground, liberal about building concentration camps and demanding that you be forced into them against your will. They're liberal about forcing their way into your house and stealing your kids against your will, because they're liberal about Justin Trudeau teaching them and not you. They're liberal about covering all of these kind of things up. Liberal about fake intelligence control. Liberal about elimination of free speech rights and elimination of human rights. Liberal about building CCP China totalitarian dictatorships.
Running old ladies over with horses. Remember that?
Right. Liberal about demonizing single mothers. How dare they donate $5 to a trucker protest? Liberal about shutting down her bank accounts. Liberal about criminally vandalizing them on the internet, destroying their ability to engage in basic commerce. They're certainly liberal about many things, aren't they?
Thankfully, you have a good liberal there running the Canadian government as prime minister. Old Mark Carney. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Okay, quickly, we got to get through the geopolitical news, and then we got Aardvark news, and then we're going to be way over time, but what the hell, we're going to play the documentary anyway. Because
and if you're a Canadian, definitely time to move your money out of the Canadian banks into Ethereum, definitely, because
no financial advice. No financial advice.
This guy is 100% for demonetization. Dare you exercise your free speech rights?
He's going to stand up against Trump for us, so that's what we need. Okay, U.S.-China plan birthday summit, and so this is good news. We need to be talking to them through diplomacy and not through war, not through militarization. The United States and China are engaging in early-stage discussions for a potential summit between Trump and Xi, tentatively set for June in the U.S. And so it's being referred to as the birthday summit due to both leaders being born in June. Comes at a time of escalating trade tensions and tensions in the South China Sea, amongst other back and forth and saber rattling we saw from the Chinese embassy. Remember last week they said if you want a cyber war, a real war, whatever, bring it, basically. And so we do need to have strong diplomatic relations there rather than militarization and hate speech against China. So we look forward to a June summit potentially here in America with Trump and Xi. Okay, Gabbard, I know this has made Uncle Sam cry. Uncle Sam spy and cry. The spies cry. I think it feels like we're in replay mode, but it's being reported again. Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, has revoked security clearances of several high-profile individuals, including Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan. They were really running the Biden administration, allegedly. This action comes after 51 former intelligence officers who signed a letter about the Hunter Biden laptop have had their security clearances removed. God forbid these great American patriots and heroes don't have access anymore. But who is it? Shirley is now doing cyber attacks on their behalf, allegedly. So, yeah, sadly, Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan have had their security clearances revoked. I don't know what we'll do, maybe end the wars, but we'll have to wait and see. Trump envoy Witkoff to meet Putin in Moscow. And so, of course, he's going to get his Putin-Musk brain chip supporting full-on authoritarianism and tyranny from Russia, trying to end the Russia-Ukraine war. which we support. But of course, disclaimer: Vladimir Putin, the worst person in the world ever. Everything bad that happens is his fault. As Russia points finger at UK as main instigator of global conflicts. They're not wrong. Russia has accused the UK of being the main instigator of global conflict, specifically highlighting Britain's supposed role in inciting the First and Second World Wars. This statement comes amidst heightened tensions between Russia and Western countries following the exclusion of Russian diplomats from Moscow. Historical references were used by Russian authorities to draw parallels with current conflicts, particularly in Ukraine, though these assertions have been met with criticism and rejection by British officials. I'm going to go ahead and say it's actually correct what Russia's saying here now, even though they're the worst, most tyrannical, horrible, evil place in the world.
How could they say that when Stanley Johnson, Boris Johnson's father, wrote the book, The Virus, the Marburg virus, talking about using fake pandemics to institute top-down world totalitarian dictatorship control and strip human rights from the people?
No, that was Putin. That was Putin.
Oh, Putin wrote the book, The Marburg virus.
Putin did that, not... Putin did that. UK, was this more? We can just glaze over it. Oh, this old guy. I don't know what we're going to do about George Scone. George Scone out of Romania. He's been banned now due to democracy. Screaming liberal democracy banning old George Scone from running for president there in Romania. Western democracy wouldn't have it any other way, because he's labeled far right, and so for Western democracy he must be banned for running from president, despite gathering 390,000 valid signatures. The commission voted 10-4. That's your democracy against his candidacy. They're the Central Election Bureau in Romania. 10-4 trumps 390,000 signatures. Western democracy, they're screaming at you till you're deaf. And so, yeah, we fully support that move. No democracy for you in Romania. This clip from this guy, CNBC.
Well, they overthrew democratically elected Ukraine. Why not do Romania too? They got away with it, and they're still getting away with it.
Here's a great segue to.
Why not do it all?
Here's a great segue to CNBC or MSNBC, excuse me, host or a guest says that Ukrainians are more American than we are. And so let's watch this short clip.
Well, don't worry, because we know what machines can't be hacked for selections.
So the American Patriotic Show here, MSNBC.
The person who's watching, who just heard you say Donald Trump is not standing up for Ukraine. What do you say to the person who says, well, I don't care about Ukraine. I want Donald Trump to stand up for America. What do you say to them?
I don't know where you got that. I mean, I don't have time for it.
Yes, but we hear it. We hear it.
Here's the thing. Where did you grow up? Did you grow up in a place where you thought the Russians were the good guys? What part of America did you grow up in where they taught you the Russians were the good guys and our allies were the bad guys? That's the flip here that we need to continue to remind people. The Russians are the bad guys. They're raping women. They're killing children. They're bombing cities. The Ukrainians are the noble good guys. In some ways, they're more American than we are over the last couple of years. And we must stand with them in the same way we stood with the allies in World War II and since this country was founded. This is not just about Ukraine. This is about the core and the integrity of American values. And that's what he's also been.
They have a skinhead neo-Nazi on there saying the Ukrainians are more American than we are.
It's so crazy. Yeah, it's just, and the liberals are going to support this. I mean,
they do 100%.
It's just an endless show how subverted that these people are,
how brainwashed they are. Zelensky apologizes to Trump, so now Zelensky's a big freaking fascist for apologizing to Trump. Zelensky has reportedly sent an apology letter to Trump following the heated exchange at the White House last week that we saw via Trump Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. This gesture comes amidst ongoing diplomatic efforts with officials from both nations scheduled to meet in Saudi Arabia to discuss peace plans between Ukraine and Russia. God forbid, because that's not liberal to have peace. And we see now little Marco has arrived in Saudi Arabia. Secretary of State little Marco Rubio has arrived in Saudi Arabia to engage in diplomatic talks between Russia, the United States, and Ukraine.
How dare he apologize to the father of the vaccine?
I don't know if you're allowed to say that on here, but yeah. Here's little Marco. There we go. So little Marco's there. Hopefully they can get some peace out of the deal. We had a long aardvark section. Maybe we'll just play we'll save it for tomorrow. But Syria's gone mad. Now who would have known that putting moderate radical jihadists, inserting them into Syria as the leadership through Western intelligence, UK, aardvark, US. Who would have thought that they would have now targeted? They don't target aardvarks. They don't target, but they do target Christians there and Alawites. And so over the last, 3-4 days, 745 civilians have been killed in the coastal region, Latka, Syria. And so this violence, which has escalated in the last 24 hours, targets religious and ethnic minorities, particularly Alawites and Christians, amidst a backdrop of political upheaval following the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, which the United States and Western intelligence, aardvarks, UK, US, have been wanting to do ever since he took power, basically. And so now we get the beheadings that we've been wanting, all.
And the rapings and murders and pillaging, etc., as that guy was just talking about. And then Russia is in Syria trying to save these people literally from that, as this guy is lying that Russia is doing it. Right?
Well, it's exact. We live in opposite day here. And so we're going to follow up. We have a big report here tying it together as we continue to report on. The Christian Zionists are even worse than the aardvarks. But we'll get to that tomorrow. So Palestinian activist from Colombia faces deportation after ICE arrest. A Palestinian activist and former Columbia University student was arrested by ICE and is going to be deported. It's being reported here now. But the truly horrific, what they're doing, what aardvarks are doing, they've cut off electricity. They've cut off all food aid, medical aid, and now they've cut off electricity to Gaza, affecting the water distillation plant producing clean drinking water. And so it's a war crime, all this that they're doing, but what the hell? They're Hamas terrorists, so they deserve it. They're animals, less than human.
Barbarians and savages.
Barbarians, and so they deserve it. Obviously, the women and children first. And so Aardvark Land has announced halt to its supply of power to Gaza in bid to pressure Hamas. And so war crimes in everybody's face. Aardvarks cut off electricity supply to Gaza, and they're going to make it unlivable. And so starvation policy, and that's the best policy.
Some of that fake meat. They called 200 million chickens in 2022. Barry contributing there. They called 200 million chickens. They definitely couldn't have sent any of those chickens over there to those people.
Well, we didn't want to infect them. So
hey, send them all Bill Hates' fake venom crystallization.
They may do that
material cake, so-called meat. Why not send?
But hey, they let the polio miracle through to keep everybody healthy and safe. So you might as well send them fake meat too. Anything for public health.
That's definitely not going to cause any myocarditis, despite tomorrow's news. some new reports out that we will report here.
So it's a starvation policy there, war crime in the whole world's face, in America's face. But we love it here because that's how we roll. They continue to attack. Aardvark Air Force conducts several airstrikes there in southern Syria. So they're still attacking Lebanon, Syria, Gaza, West Bank. It continues on. The genocide continues. We do have a report about Yemen. Houthis set military ultimatum for aardvarks over Gaza aid. The Yemen Houthis have issued a warning to aardvarks stating that they will commence military operations if humanitarian aid is not allowed into Gaza within the set 4-day deadline. So they're now threatening, and they're terrorists. They've been designated by the State Department terrorist organization. So bomb them into rubble. This ultimatum follows Aardvark's decision to significantly cut electricity to Gaza, affecting services like distillation plants amidst ongoing blockades. And so Yemen, Houthis, you're in trouble now. And I think that's about it. Oh, we got Aardvark infant hurt in stone attack in West Bank. A Palestinian threw a stone at an Aardvark's family's car in the West Bank near the town of Udala today, resulting in minor injuries to a 2-month-old baby and the baby's mother due to shattered glass. The IDF has launched a manhunt for the individual responsible for the attack. And so he's going to, he, she, they, them, terrorists, Hamas, are going to be short for this world. Let's just say that, for throwing a rock that allegedly broke some glass.
Yeah. Well, and is it real, right? Everybody needs to ask after the fake claims of murdered babies. Remember the 40 fake murdered babies, right? So you can't trust anything that these people say. Talmudic subterfuge.
Susie has it right. Make sure the products are all blessed and kosher. So yeah, as long as that happens, we're cool. And yeah, we'll do more aardvarks tomorrow in the interest of time. We'll go over the Christian Zionist and the history and the background of it for your enjoyment here, to show that we have giant population of mind-controlled zombies here in America. The good Christians that support war. And we're going to show you how it's all a UK intelligence operation in your face, laughing at you, using aardvarks as the scapegoat. They're evil, of course, for carrying out the evil acts of war crimes and genocide and ethnic cleansing. But who's the puppet? Who's the puppet master pulling the strings? UK intelligence, brainwashing aardvarks, brainwashing Americans and UK. And so people need to get it together about what is really going on, because there's all this, I hate the aardvarks, and that's all well and good, but hardly anybody says, hey, it's UK intelligence on the top of the whole thing, pulling all the strings. So get your hate right about who you're going to be blaming here now. And that's hardly ever talked about in all the aardvark hate you see online today. Okay, I think that's all we have for today, Thomas. Will this play? I don't even know if this. I'm going to try to get this documentary to play. Might have to open another window. Let's go back to before we wrap up the show. Let's go to the streams that have not been hacked. Maybe Odyssey. Thank you guys for tuning in on Odyssey. True Lies, Barry, Highland, Breaking Giant Fat Bird Kills Cellmate in Top Bunk Horror. Yeah. At least Anonymous is keeping us safe from fascism. And so thank you for that, and cutting off our X stream there. Over on the Rumble, thank you guys for tuning in on Odyssey. The Rumble, Who do we got? Quite a chat on the Rumble. It appears here. Barry, Karen, Nana. Don't forget, DOGE spelled backwards is EGOD. EPA extortion to pollute anything. Karen says that's a good one too. Nana, Gunther. Another crying report. I know, it's very sad. We feel for them after they literally said go die in the medical intervention period. So yeah, we do feel sorry for all of the fired federal government employees. Glitter in her hair. They said, I don't know. Was it head lice? I don't know. I don't know what was in old Abram's hair there. The hologram sticker. Yeah. Hologram sticker for the pride of it all there to comply with DEI requirements. Denver. What else do we got? Anybody else? We got My Real Name. We got. Haven't watched Weaponized News in a while. Well, thank you for tuning back in here.
And I encourage all the supporters of Weaponized News, maybe go to the other independent news channels on YouTube and introduce Weaponized News in the comments. There's a lot of people that don't know about it. Otherwise, they'd probably be checking out Weaponized News regularly and supporting Sam Chaney and the incredible education that he's providing and showing these amazing documentaries daily as well. So I encourage everybody to do more of that. I think because YouTube is clearly censoring this guy and his amazing work.
Well, they've told me they won't monetize the channel until until Russia-Ukraine war, and I'm saying peace, man. We want no war with anybody. Russia-Ukraine, that's the worst one because Russia has the most nukes in the freaking world. But we also don't like we don't want the Hamas killing aardvarks. We don't want aardvarks killing the Hamas. Just end it all, man. End it all. It's all bad. And it's all puppeteered by intelligence agency on top of it all is this sick mind control program that they're doing, getting us to kill each other and destroy.
Cross promote Sam Chaney on the other independent media network so more people can know that he's out here and doing this great work. Please go and do that. Maybe do a couple channels a day. Go look at the other channels that you might follow. Just make a comment there and introduce the crowd there to what Sam Chaney is doing. I think that will definitely be a shot in the arm of the results for educating more people, waking up more minds.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Chinzayo saying, hope you're all misbehaving. Hey, nobody's misbehaving on here. Chinzayo. Everybody is fine, upstanding, young, illegal alien citizens. Okay. Thank you guys for tuning in on the Rumble. The Rockfin. Who do we got on Rockfin? We got Barry, Sean, John, Brian. Thank you guys for tuning in on the Rockfin. Appreciate it. The BitChute still has some glitches, like more than others, but they're doing what they can there, I guess. Thank you guys for tuning in on the BitChute. Appreciate it. Facebook. Looks like we have viewers on Facebook. Thank you guys for tuning in on Facebook. Appreciate it. YouTube, and then no X today, I guess. Thank you to the hackers there from Anonymous, keeping us off streaming on X. You're really doing a service to fight fascism. Okay, that's all we got here for today. And then I'm going to attempt to play this documentary for you. This is old school, one of the first ones I watched on YouTube back in the day. Still very informative and very well, it puts things in perspective. The Esoteric Agenda from 2008, directed and narrated by Benjamin Stewart. And so I think it's well worth the watch here. And it's been scrubbed a lot. It's on YouTube, so I don't know if they can strike you or not for it, but we're going to attempt to play it. Esoteric Agenda. As always, everybody do your own research. Peace, love, and liberty. Speak out and take action. Have a great rest of your Monday evening. Thank you, Thomas, for joining us on this Monday edition of Weaponized News. And here is Esoteric Agenda to play us out. It's about 2 hours, but I think well worth it. It's tying a lot of stuff together. And we'll see you back here tomorrow for Tuesday edition of Weaponized News. Please stop cyber attacking. That would help us fight fascism if you would let us stream back on X.
Kelly.
The more humanity strays from its origin, the more we deny our bond with nature, the farther from perfection we become. We are the only creatures on the planet that use symbols in reference to something else. We use symbols for absolutely everything the mind can conceive of. There is at least one word or icon or gesture to insinuate everything our five senses can detect and then some. But along with this beautiful gift comes a flaw. Most people are unwilling to seek and create their own interpretations of these symbols. Instead, they blindly submit to preconceived definitions and connotations given by sources unknown. Because of this, many things have been predetermined in our understanding of life without our knowledge. Words can be perverted and used to manipulate rather than to inform. Symbols can be used to segregate rather than unite. And those given the responsibility and authority to disseminate information to the public possess the ability to do with it what they choose. Listen carefully. Every 26,000 years, our solar system passes through the 12 zodiac signs. Ancient civilizations such as the Hopi, Egyptians, Cherokee, Apache, and the Mayans were aware of this great cycle and developed calendars according to it. This cycle stems from many different occurrences in nature, such as the sun's orbit around Alcyone, the central star of Pleiades, as well as the 260-day cycle of human gestation. This cycle is broken down into 5 sub-cycles of 5,125 years each, which were thought to have their own age. The Aztec calendar or Mesoamerican sunstone depicted each cycle being destroyed by one of the 5 elements. The cycle we are currently in is the age of the 5th sun, 3113 BC to 2012 AD. More precisely, this great cycle ends December 21st, 2012. Mayan cultures and civilizations were aware of this end date, and Nostradamus even prophesied about it. For Earth, which we are currently in now, is also known as the movement, shift, evolution, and consciousness. Living Maya timekeepers proclaim that the Earth has been through fire, earth, air, and water. The final element is ether, or center. The Hopi believe that the 4th world of destruction closes and the 5th world of peace begins on December 21st, 2012. The Great Cycle is broken down into what the Mayans believe to be 13 Bactans. Earth began its 13th Bactan in 1618, which was known as the Triumph of Materialism, as well as the Time of Great Forgetting, in the prediction that humanity will lose the awareness of their true bond with nature by means of external possessions. This is where ego and domination became the predominant ambition of the civilized world. Not surprisingly, this time frame was precisely when the worldwide coordination of Pope Gregory XIII forced the 12-month calendar as well as the first mechanical clock onto indigenous peoples. This is what's known as the error in time. Before the inception of the 2 instruments by the Roman Catholic Church, each year was divided into 13 moon cycles with 28 days each. But the most detrimental part of these two instruments is the insinuation that time was something external, something inorganic and outside the body that we must watch and obey. The 7th century Mayan prophet Pacalvatan left a powerful message for future generations of evolution. If humanity wishes to save itself from biospheric destruction, it must return to living in natural time. He also foretold of our accelerated technological society and of the damage of our collective divergence from natural law in exchange for material values. Astrology and the studies of the heavens are as old as civilization. Throughout the past several thousand years, new religions have all but replaced the pagan religions of prior years. Man has been so thoroughly fascinated with these objects in the sky that they formed constellations from them and applied stories to them. In Greek mythology, these were personified as the gods. We notice in the structures that still stand to this day that the most ancient of civilizations put forth more wealth, power, time, and effort into the locations of the stars than any other practice. This is commonly written off as simple curiosity. But the truth is becoming clear by the day as we close in on the 0 year of December 21st, 2012. It is a common misconception that the pagan religion is rarely practiced today. In fact, paganism in its evolution is the most widely practiced form of religion. You may ask yourself how this is possible. The answer is hidden in nearly all of our current popular religions. But who would have the power and the desire to integrate a seemingly long-gone religion into such popular opposite denominations? Dr. Adam Weishaupt was born on February 6, 1748 in Ingolstadt in a city in Bayern, or Bavaria, Germany. This interesting character was the son of a rabbi and converted to Catholicism after his father's death. After studying French philosophers such as Voltaire, he supposedly learned the teachings of Satanism in the French royal court. World-famous central banker Mayer Amschel Rothschild of the Rothschild dynasty chose Weishaupt to create the Coven of Golden Dawn, which to this day is Rothschild's private coven. Amschel Rothschild, for those who are unaware, instigated the American Revolution, America's supposed liberation from Britain. Rothschild instructed Weishaupt to create the ancient illuminated seers of Bavaria. This is better known as the Order of the Illuminati. The name in Luciferian teachings means the bearer of the light, the illuminated, or the enlightened one. The Areopagite, or tribunal, was the inner circle of the Supreme Order, and were the only ones privy to secret meetings. In Nesta Webster's book, The World Revolution, she states, "The art of Illuminism lay in enlisting dupes as well as adepts, and by encouraging dreams of honest visionaries or the schemes of fanatics, by flattering the vanity of ambitious egotists, by working on unbalanced brains, or by playing such passions as greed and power to make men of totally divergent aims serve the secret purpose of the sect. People with money were welcomed but kept oblivious to actual secrets. The purpose is to win power and riches, to undermine secular or religious government, and obtain the masters of the world." The goal of the order was and still is to one day deliver the human race from all religion. Progression through the political and religious hierarchy was obtained by blackmail in the form of bribing people in power with sex from local prostitutes. In the 16th and 17th century, high-ranking officials in political or religious organizations were liable to be sentenced to death for such acts. In 1780, Baron Franz Friedrich Knigge was recruited. He was the most instrumental person in the marriage of the Masons and the Illuminati. This allowed the Illuminati to expand rapidly with the use of Masonic lodges. On August 29, 1781, Congress of Wilhelmsbad declared the alliance official. Those in attendance were put under oath, never to reveal what took place in that meeting. Comte de Virio, a Mason from Martinez de Lodge at Lyons, was questioned about the meeting upon his arrival home. He stated, "I can only tell you that all this is much more serious than you think. The conspiracy which is being woven is so well thought out that it will be, so to speak, impossible for the monarchy and the church to escape it." He later denounced the Illuminati. Sir John Dee. John Dee was a servant to Queen Elizabeth Tudor of the Tudor dynasty. John Dee was the head of the British Secret Service, the MI5. He was also known for the practice of black magic and his affiliation with the occult. If this is your first time hearing about the occult or are unaware of its dominance in the world to this day, pay close attention. Pagan symbols, gods, rituals, and doctrines are the basis for most every religion practiced throughout the world. The Christian or Catholic symbols of the cross derives from the solstice and the equinox division lines on a zodiac calendar. The word heaven is in reference to what pagan religions referred to as the heavens, or galactic bodies. And the crossing of the age of Pisces into Aquarius is actually in reference to constellations, which interestingly enough occur at the exact same time as the Great Cycle prophesied by the Maya, as well as many other cultures. As said before, pantheistic rituals are prevalent in all monotheistic religions today. Circumcision is a pagan ritual, marking males in a ceremonial fashion. Weddings are pagan by nature in the wearing of a ring, which symbolizes the ring of Saturn. Funerals follow the same pagan-derived ritual when a sacred geometrical tomb is placed over a grave to embody and immortalize the spirit. Baptism is a ritual to submerge a child in holy water to symbolize the renewal of life, just as rain replenishes the earth. The Holy Grail filled with wine is a representation of the blood that comes from the birth canal during menstruation, not the blood of Christ. This ritual was taken over by the patriarchal society. Males could not give life as women do, so to symbolize a male giving life was to draw blood, which could only be done by injury. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Isis was the personification of wisdom. Pharaoh Akhenaten changed the warship to himself as he proclaimed himself Amun-Re, the sun god. The word Amen at the end of a prayer spawned from the praise given to Amun-Re. From there, the Hebrews left Egypt and traveled north into the Middle East, where they encountered the Canaanites, who worshipped the god of Saturn, El. The merging of these three gods became the name of the land today, which is known as Isis, Re, El, or Israel. 98% of Judaism is based around the worship of Saturn. And the sacred day of worship is Saturday. The worship practice on Sunday is originated from the Egyptians who worshipped the sun god. Most people simply pass these things off and never question their origins, but this just scratches the surface of the pagan influence over the present day. It is not just found in religions, it is found right here in our own backyard. On January 22, 1783, Congress ratified a contract stating that all bills of credit emitted, monies borrowed, and debts contracted by or under the authority of Congress before the assembling of the United States in pursuance of the present Confederation shall be deemed and considered a charge against the United States for payment and satisfaction whereof the United States and the public faith are hereby solemnly pledged. The party that the U.S. owed these loans to? King George. I hope this paints a picture for you of how Great Britain funded both sides of the revolution. To this day, Great Britain collects taxes from the United States via the IRS. The IRS isn't even an agency of the United States government. If you don't believe me, look up IRS publication 6209. The FCC, CIA, FBI, and NASA were never part of the United States government. The US government only holds shares of the stock in various agencies. Social security numbers are also issued by the UN through the IMF. The Civil War, which lasted from 1861 to 1865, was also instigated by Amschel Rothschild to divide the United States and force it into debt with a central bank. The goal was to put the country of the US back into the hands of Britain through huge loans taken out for munitions. To do this, it was crucial to put a controversial issue in limbo such as slavery. Knowing full well that the Declaration of Independence would create an uproar among southern states that depended heavily upon slave labor, it was signed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by 35 people, 33 of whom were Freemasons. John Brown was a Mason and a Rosicrucian who was brought to power by William Lloyd Garrison and Senator Charles Sumner, both descendants of the Illuminati bloodline. With the help of the New York Times, John Brown was built up to be a hero in the anti-slavery movement. Ulysses S. Grant, former president, was born Hiram S. Grant. This name was given to him by his father, Master Mason Jesse Root Grant. Jesse Root Grant worked for John Brown's father and then went on to work for E.A. Collins, one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines. Ulysses S. Grant was brought to power rapidly with help from Collins. From April 1861 to May 1864, Grant went from the rank of private to commander-in-chief of the entire Union Army. Once Grant was appointed president, his cabinet consisted of 8 Freemasons, including Alphonso Taft, which was William Taft's father, who was also an ancestor of Bill Clinton. Jonas Mills Bundy was one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, who was also the presidential advisor to Grant as well as the next 2 presidents. And cabinet member Columbus Delano was Franklin Delano Roosevelt's grandfather. In November 21, 1933, President Franklin Roosevelt wrote, "The real truth of the matter is, as you and I know, that a financial element in the large centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson." Abraham Lincoln's father was A.A. Springs, who was part of the Rothschild dynasty. Lincoln's half-brother worked for Louis Cass Peyser in the Merovingian dynasty, which was the 13th Illuminati bloodline. Peyser also owned Jekyll Island, which was where the Federal Reserve Bank was created. In the mid-1800s, Abraham Lincoln and the Whigs were trying desperately to keep Andrew Jackson from establishing a gold standard called the Independent Treasury System. Lincoln and his party fought to set up a central bank, making such public speeches as, "Under a gold and silver standard, all will suffer more or less, and very many will lose everything that renders life desirable." This statement resounds elements of scare tactics in this speech and other speeches on the matter given by Abraham Lincoln. They give no real evidence or explanation. In the early 1900s, after a failed attempt for Woodrow Wilson to set up what was called the League of Nations following World War I, Wilson and his advisor, Colonel House, set up the Institute of International Affairs. This institute had 2 branches, one set up in England called the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and the Council on Foreign Relations was incorporated as the American branch in New York on July 29, 1921. Founding members include Colonel House, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, and a few others. A national income tax was declared unconstitutional in 1895 by the Supreme Court, but a constitutional amendment was proposed in Congress by Senator Nelson Aldrich. This makes much more sense when you notice that Nelson Aldrich was also known as being the authentic voice of J.P. Morgan and later married into the Rockefeller family. Today, 27 to 35% of American workers' pay is taxed, and this money goes to a central bank called the Federal Reserve, or the Fed. For those of you who are unaware of the Federal Reserve Bank and what it is capable of, it is a non-government-owned bank that provides the U.S. with all of its currency. They control the inflation rate by the amount of money in circulation. Yet the most amazing aspect of the central bank is the suspension of specie payments, in which the Fed can refuse to pay their obligations, yet taxpayers must pay their debts or go bankrupt. In other words, the suspension of specie payments is the central bank's right to breach a contract with no penalty whatsoever. In even simpler terms, it's called theft. How is it that the Fed is allowed to breach any contract they wish without penalty from the government? The answer is simple. The Federal Reserve Bank has power over the government instead of under it. Carroll Quigley, Bill Clinton's mentor while at Georgetown University, wrote of central banks, "They want nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. Controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert, by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences." It is important to note that nearly all of the founders of the Federal Reserve Bank were involved in the conception of the Council on Foreign Relations. Since 1934, when the Fed was established, almost every United States Secretary of State, all Secretaries of War or Defense since Henry L. Stimson, almost every head of CIA since Allen Dulles, nearly all presidential candidates, Dwight D. Eisenhower, JFK, Richard Nixon, and Bill Clinton were members of the CFR. George Bush Sr. was actually the CFR director from 1977 to 1979. Understand that all of these high-ranking government positions were lobbied into place by the organization set up by the international banking cartel. There are secret meetings held everywhere by many of the same members in the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the Club of Rome, the United Nations, and the 2 branches of the Institute of International Affairs. These groups make up what is known as the Round Table, developed by Cecil Rhodes. Other offshoots or preliminary groups are the Bohemian Group and Yale University's Skull and Bones organization, which we all know George W. Bush, George Bush Sr., and John Kerry were all a part of. Most every meeting by these groups are attended by the most powerful government officials, corporate leaders, media moguls, and royal families in the world. These meetings are held in secret and not a word of them reaches the mainstream media. How is it that so many powerful people can attend meetings alongside the mainstream media and not a mention of it makes it to the public? This all may start making more sense when you start understanding that common citizens aren't meant to know what is happening at the top. Is there any dispute that to gain power in our day and age, it takes strategy and intelligence rather than brute force? Logic will tell you that in any sport or game, to claim victory, you must keep your moves strategic and secret. Why would it be any different in global politics?
If I bring up Chess Master up here and ask him, what are the principles, Wojciech, I'm become a master of the game of chess, he'll say these 4 things. He'll say that you need a sense of patience. Now, if you don't have patience, don't even try to begin the game to learn it. He'll say you need a sense of timing. If you don't have a sense of timing, don't open the book. You have to have knowledge of your opponent, right? And then the 4th one that they'll tell you is that you need to have the willingness to make any and all sacrifices. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why are the dark side winning the game? It's because they've got infinite patience. They've been working on one thing for 50,000 years. I call that patience. They got a brilliant sense of timing because they know all about the astrology and the divination that we forgot, that our agricultural ancestors all knew about. Well, we're with the Julian calendar and we're not interested in any of that stuff anymore. We're slaves of the watch, but we don't know about the higher time to rule our own lives by. They have amazing knowledge of you, right? They have intense knowledge of us, their enemies. And the 4th one is the clincher, isn't it? Because they're willing to make any and all sacrifices when and wherever they need to do it.
But Ada, that would break our treaty. You're a good guy. Why, you hate war. You wouldn't go back on your word.
Are you kidding?
George W. Bush is a direct descendant of Godfrey de Bouillon. The Bouillons were servants of Pope Gregory VII and led the European noblemen into the crusade in order to recapture Jerusalem from the Islamic faith. He became the first king of Jerusalem and Duke of Lower Lorraine, which was known as a major region for the bloodline linked to the Illuminati. Bush is closely related to every European monarch. He is the 13th cousin of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles. He also has kinship with every member of the British royal family, the House of Windsor. The House of Windsor is known for abandoning their German names after World War I due to criticism of the people. A lesser-known fact about the House of Windsor, however, is the heavy funding contribution to bring Adolf Hitler to power in the rise of World War II. The swastika is actually a symbol of the sun, referencing to the sun order of the occult. The word Nazi is actually Nazi, one of the Anunnaki children of Mother Goddess Ninharsag in the Sumerian texts. And even the word Holocaust is actually Yiddish for burn, sacrifice, offering. Heinrich Himmler was the commander of the SS and one of the most powerful men in Nazi Germany. Himmler was a seventh-ray occultist and was very influenced by the book Astara by George Luns, who was an Austrian mystic. This occult book mapped out the plan for a cleansing of ethnicities and bringing about one race, and to revive the ancient tradition of the Knights Templar of the Middle Ages. The Knights Templar were a group largely killed off by the French monarchy. The remaining Templar created many Masonic orders and secret societies throughout Europe, from which the Illuminati is believed to have originated. It's important to note as well that the Bush family's ancestor, Godfrey de Bouillon, was a Holy Templar himself. To this day, every single United States president, with no exception, has a direct bloodline relation to British monarchs. And on December 20th, 1993, George Herbert Walker Bush was knighted by the Queen of England as a Knight Grand Cross of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath for his leadership in the Gulf War. Does it strike you as odd that our president, our leader, kneeled before the Queen of England in a ceremony that symbolizes allegiance? So what does this all mean? It simply means that throughout every major civilization, political power has remained in a select few bloodlines, and it is desperately held in the same manner today. It is openly admitted to the public that major leaders worldwide are part of secret fraternal orders or secret meetings. But what is not disclosed to the public is the purpose of these meetings. So let me spell this out for you. The major leaders from around the world are part of a united effort to remain in power forever. To do so, the people are lured into the trap of perpetual debt, making it impossible to be repaid by the people. So in turn, all property and assets will be repossessed by the debtor. For those of you who are unaware what it means when a government owns everything of yours, it's called socialism. All of this is part of an ultimate goal of the mystery religions. The mystery religion is the paganism we've been talking about all along. But the pagan religions known to the public today are nowhere near as involved as the mystery religion. It is much less confusing than you think. Try to imagine this practice as less of a religion and more of an ambition. The ambition is to reach enlightenment. There is no superhuman intelligence or fantasy involved in this. The gifts of God are very simple. Omnipresence. The power of one being or consciousness to be everywhere at once. Omniscience. The power of knowing everything that can be known. And omnipotence. To have unlimited power. We see all of this today. It cannot be denied. If you still don't believe that the mystery religion is present today, just look around you. There are literally thousands of statues and emblems of ancient religions on every political establishment. Even on military uniforms, these symbols are found everywhere, but not only in our country. The same emblems are found on every nation's military uniform. And why would this be? Because a life taken at a chosen time, place, and a specific manner, it becomes a sacrifice. And to further illustrate this point, on March 20th, 2003, President Bush launched a bombing of Baghdad at 5:50 Baghdad time. This lasted into March 21st. It was called shock and awe by the mainstream media, but according to the mystery religion, this date is known as the Eve of Ostara, more commonly known as the spring or vernal equinox. Occultists worship the goddess of the earth, Gaia, on this day. The Druids knew this date as the spring fertility rite, the day of feast. The war was promptly ended on May 1st, 2003. This date is known in the Druidic calendar as Beltane, or Walpurgis Night. It was named after Saint Walpurga, who was the pagan goddess of fertility. From March 20th to May 1st, the pagan ritual is to give blood to the earth and renew life to the goddess of fertility. What better time frame to declare a bloody war on the days of a ritual sacrifice and end it exactly when the pagan ritual ends? The parallels are uncanny. These are all facts written in many different sources around the world and are available to anyone to discover. Connecting the dots is up to you. but make your own decisions instead of settling for conclusions that others have put in place before you.
The right answers are what you decide are the right answers. Maybe everything I'm telling you is wrong. I mean, I could tell you what I think happens to be more or less right, but there isn't any reason why you should pay any attention to it.
Now you know why they're out to destroy you. Today there is so much confusion about what Christianity is, because everything I thought there was Christianity, I found out wasn't. If this continues, there will be an overthrow of all things. Yea, this change and overthrow is deliberately planned. There is nothing going on today in the United States of America by accident. Nothing. There is nothing going on in the Catholic Church today that's happening by accident.
They were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. If you understand esoteric writing, what you do is you try to confuse so the common people like you will not understand what's said. So you take an idea and you put it at the beginning and the end of the sentence, and then you intersperse all sorts of things in the middle to confuse common people like you. And it all goes back to these ancient times and tapping into the mystery religions. The occult is in total working control of America today, and that is why we're at war in the Middle East. What is it all about? It is part of the continuing world revolution. It is part of the move to bring about World War III and ultimately then the one world order and the new world religion.
This information is backed up by scholars, teachers, philosophers, doctors, and professionals in every respective field, all around the world. The reasons why the majority of people don't know about this is because over 80% of the population gets their world news strictly from the mainstream media. And if you trace every major media station's chain of command to the top, you will find the same people who own the corporations that lobby every high-ranking political official into place. And for those of you who are unaware of this one world government and one world religion, I challenge you to do an internet search on the New World Order. You will be overwhelmed by the amount of people trying to get the word out to the masses. This exemplifies the findings that 87% of the population formulates their belief structure according to other people's ideas. Only 13% formulate their beliefs on logic and evaluation. And sadly, the two greatest factors that lead to the ignorance of the public are as follows.
You support the mission from here? How brave you are! Real careful as you march towards that Capitol building. Be real careful for who you think is in there waiting to help you. Be real careful.
Groupthink.
We're well on our way to a one-world government. Unless we, the people, say no, this will not be tolerated.
It is a term to describe a group unwilling to look beyond the overall consensus of the herd. Many times, it is out of a lack of drive or ambition to ask original questions to arrive at genuine answers. But more importantly and dangerously, it is also an occurrence that spawns from the fear of looking foolish in front of peers. Both religion and politics are forms of groupthink. Words such as patriotism and faith are both fancy words that ultimately mean blind submission. Supposedly, it is considered heresy or unpatriotic to question the words of your leader. So the fear of upsetting the superior higher power has forced the herd to practice groupthink regardless of what it leads to. And one of the greatest examples of groupthink is the stigma given to conspiracy theories. The phrase conspiracy theory gives a distinct impression to the average person. The JFK assassination, Area 51, Roswell, government cover-ups, strange disappearances. These subjects probably sound a bit too fantasy for the average person, and it's quite understandable. They're supposed to sound made up. Throughout the mistranslation of time and embellishment of these stories, facts were added or omitted. Some may be true and some may be false, but one thing is for sure. If a global secret needed to remain hidden yet began emerging among the public, the best cover-up is to embellish or alter the story until it sounds ludicrous. So what happens when the secret involves the government and the government has intimate ties to the mainstream media? And the mainstream media, as said before, has been proven to sway at least 80% of the public's opinion. The logic is undeniable. Media in every form is put in place to make people feel stupid for even keeping an open mind towards conspiracy theories. Movies, books, fairy tales, and folklore are all tools to make the average person feel insane for supporting or believing in a conspiracy. And why shouldn't they? Our leaders have no problems telling us not to investigate or believe in these theories.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves.
The most basic of pagan practices is the control of human population to have a perfect balance between man and nature. The goal is to bring the population down to 500 million, which is over a 90% reduction in humanity. Now that we have abandoned everything we've been trained to think prior to this moment, we can start looking at the world for what it is, instead of what people tell us it is. Open your eyes today as if you've never seen the world before, and you will begin to notice that the goal of population reduction is everywhere around us.
Let me assure you that absolutely nothing that I'm going to tell you is exaggerated, is interpolated, or is imagined. Everything I'm going to tell you is documented. He who controls food controls the world. Well, they said in 1962, we're going to work toward total global implementation of Codex Alimentarius on December 31st, 2009. They were sort of guidelines. Now, Codex Alimentarius Commission is administered by the World Health Organization, WHO, and the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. They fund Codex and they run it at the request of the UN. So they're mommy and daddy to Codex Alimentarius. In 1994, Codex, with no notice here in this country whatsoever, declared nutrients, put on your intellectual seatbelts, declared nutrients to be toxins. They're poisons. Under Codex, every dairy cow on the planet must be treated with Monsanto's recombinant bovine growth hormone. Furthermore, under Codex, every animal used for food on the planet must be treated with subclinical antibiotics and must be treated with exogenous growth hormones. If you do the numbers in the WHO FAO projections, the epidemiological projections, they estimate, not I, that just the vitamin and mineral guideline alone, when it goes into global implementation on December 31st, 2009, will result in a minimum of 3 billion, that's B, bad, big, billion deaths. 1 billion through simple starvation. Those folks who die are not particularly economically successful from the point of view of the corporations, but the next 2 billion. They will die from the preventable diseases of undernutrition. Who will live? Probably those people who are wealthy enough and powerful enough to have their own pushers of clean food and nutrients. So we need your help, because the United States leadership is what's going to literally save the population of the planet.
The UN has put out dozens of public documents where they're calling for an 80% world population reduction. In fact, at the Beijing Women's Conference, the World Conference, back in 1997, the head of the UN Food Program said, "We will use food as a weapon against the people."
66% of the United States residents' public water is fluoridated. It is known to have tremendous effects on bone cancer, joint problems, bone weakness, lowered estrogen and testosterone levels, and dental fluorosis, which is yellowing of the teeth and pitting in the enamel. Wouldn't it make more sense to enhance public water with vitamins which are meant to be ingested to promote overall health, rather than putting such a toxic chemical in our water with a bogus explanation that it will improve our dental health? We now know that fluoride causes more dental problems than it solves. Something doesn't seem right about this. Do you honestly believe that these companies care deeply enough for the people to spend large amounts of their own money to fluoridate public water when the people already purchase their own toothpaste? But there's a difference between toothpaste and drinking water. We don't ingest toothpaste. If you go to any hardware store and look at any rat poison product, you will only find one ingredient: sodium fluoride. It is the most toxic ionic molecule outside of potassium dichromate. Now Dannon, along with other companies, have begun fluoridating bottled water. It is becoming increasingly difficult to get away from. And the fact that fluoride is also used in many prescription antidepressants shows that it eliminates aggression and motivation in people.
Fluoride, to my knowledge as a physician, has absolutely no biological benefit whatsoever.
But one of the significant things is that the Russians carried out all sorts of experiments on the people living in the Gulag. One of them, of course, was to fluoridate the water. Why? You fluoridate the water, why people are not as aggressive as they ordinarily would be. In fact, what is the active ingredient in Prozac that is so widely distributed in America today? Why, it's a fluoride compound.
And now we are finding that public water nationwide is showing up with arsenic, lead, cadmium, and thermonium, which is a radioactive form of lead. Cancer, lowered sex drive, birth defects, sedation, and brain defects. Does this not sound like a wonder drug for anyone aiming to control a population?
It's quite astonishing, Paul, the degree to which environmentalists have not been educated about fluoride. You know, people have an unconscious trust in their doctor or their dentist, and if you can persuade doctors and dentists that fluoride is safe and good, then you're able to reach the rest of the nation. People believe their doctors and dentists, and that was a way of promoting fluoride for Bernays. Fluoride was killing their cattle, destroying their crops. Fluoride given to rats had produced bone cancer and liver cancer, and that those results had been doctored to make it look as though fluoride hadn't caused as much cancer.
The pattern that we saw, it typically is what we see with other neurotoxic agents that are well known to cause a hypoactivity or a memory problem or an IQ problem. When I first presented the results of these studies, one of the individuals sitting and listening to the results, he says, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" And he says, "You're telling us that we're reducing the IQ of children." And basically I said, yes.
Aspartame, the artificial sweetener found in almost every low sugar or sugar-free product on the market.
First of all, aspartame is made up of three things: methanol, which of course is what produces blindness, aspartic acid, and phenylalanine. These are all poisons. Aspartic acid, of course, produces brain lesions. This was known back in the early 1970s. Methanol produces blindness. Phenylalanine is what you see certain in the brain, and in high dosage it produces trauma.
We're not making this all up. The FDA did publish back in, I think it was in the 80s, they did publish the 92 potential side effects of aspartame. And they do, these side effects are quite, are extremely serious. Things like dizziness, problems with balance, abdominal pain and cramps, changes in vision, seizures and convulsions, etc., etc.
So the nervous system seems to be one of the areas that's most affected. So we see people have difficulty thinking. They feel like they're walking around in a cloud or a fog.
Yet despite all of these harmful effects, Donald Rumsfeld pushed it out into the stores in over 5,000 products when he was CEO of Syria, the company that manufactured aspartame.
The sustainable goal is the elimination of the middle class. The world cannot support 6 billion people. But you see, the plan behind sustainable development includes population control. It's a program for land use control, education control, and population control. The leaders of the sustainable movement say that the world's human population should not exceed 500 million people. That's a 93% reduction of today's population levels. In 1992, while the Rio conference was going on, George Bush, then president, was there. He was just offshore in Prince Charles's yacht, where he executed the Agenda 21 protocols on behalf of the United States and brought it back to Washington, D.C. Within a year, Bill Clinton, by executive order, established the President's Council for Sustainable Development.
In 1996, Bill Clinton set up the President's Council on Sustainable Development. One of the dictates of Agenda 21 is that every country in the world is to set up a national council to oversee the implementation of Agenda 21. I've listened to Gorbachev explain, we are writing a new set of 10 or 15 commandments to replace the original 10. Which one of the 10 do you think these guys don't like? Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet. Because I'll tell you what, these people have lied to us. They're in the process of stealing all of this nation's natural resources, and they covet everything you have left.
To explain the map, the red are areas that are to be off limits to human beings. If you live there, you won't. The yellow areas are the areas for major control of all human activity. If you live there, you won't. The black dots are the smart growth zones. That's where human beings are to be stacked and packed in small living units along rail tracks. Smart Growth Program ultimately has jobs assigned and children cared for by the state.
And in conjunction with Codex Alimentarius, food will be limited and water consumption will be decreased to 10 gallons per day per person. That is over a 90% reduction in people's average daily water consumption. And along with shortages of food and water, the food we will be provided with will be genetically manipulated and nutrient deficient. Genetic manipulation of food causes complications in metabolizing and utilizing food for energy.
In June of 2003, scientists reported that the gene sequence of the inserted genes into crops had actually changed their order. They had re-scrambled. So the genetic inserts are not stable. Another laboratory confirmed this and found that it had changed in the same varieties in different ways that they had tested. So not only is it unstable and changing, it's not even uniform in the way it's changing. This is incredibly dangerous.
Nutrient deficiencies due to Codex's planned vitamin and mineral ban will cause billions of preventable diseases. Both of these will ultimately lead to billions of deaths.
The question is then, how do they do it? How in the world are they getting this agenda from the international level down to the local level? Well, they've got a plan for that too. Now, on the environmental side, there's probably a number of different plans, but from the environmental side, you have an organization called the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Been in existence since the United Nations was created. It's not part of the United Nations Charter. It's a scientific advisor to the United Nations. But through the IUCN, such programs as ecosystem management, American Heritage Rivers, the Clean Water Initiative, the Endangered Species Act, and all the rules and regulations of the EPA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Park Service, and so forth. They also discuss property rights in this particular document. They say that property rights are not absolute, they're not unchanging, they're not inalienable like our Constitution and the Declaration of Independence of the states. Rather, they are a complex, dynamic, and shifting relationship between two or more parties over space or time. In a biocentric approach, says the IUCN, the rights of nature are defended first and foremost on the grounds of the intrinsic value of animals, plants, rivers, mountains, and ecosystems, rather than simply on the basis of the utilitarian value or benefit to human beings. In other words, nature comes first. Nature's needs comes before man's needs. In a religious context, it's called pantheism, the belief that nature is God. It goes on to say, even worse, people are then members of a community of beings, like human beings, living and non-living. So a rock is now elevated up to the status of a human being, and they are both equal in the eyes of this belief system. It's not hard to imagine that if you believe that humans are the cause of all of Earth's problems, that we're overpopulated. They give two solutions, and only two, to this problem. The first is that it's estimated that an agricultural world in which most human beings are peasants should be able to support 5 to 7 billion people. Well, folks, we have 6 billion people right now. That means all of us in this room, or nearly all of us in this room, are going to have to become agrarian peasants if we use this solution. In contrast, they go on to say a reasonable estimate for an industrialized world society at the present North American material standard of living would be 1 billion people. So if we wanted to maintain our current standard of living, we would have to reduce the Earth's human population by somewhere around 70%. In 1970, just 3 years after the publication of the Iron Mountain Report, which calls for, if we're going to create a world government, we can no longer use war as a mechanism to cause fear amongst populations and therefore allow us to control the behavior of populations through fear. And they settled on, in 1967, in their publication called the Iron Mountain Report, the environmental holocaust. In 1970, 3 years after that publication, Foreign Relations began to publish a series of articles describing the ecological holocaust that was facing the world. And in this particular issue, the first issue done by George Kennan to prevent a world disaster, where it sums up in 3 points that the eco-crisis is a global threat so great that it endangers all of life on Earth.
If you look at the 10 hottest years ever measured, they've all occurred in the last 14 years. And the hottest of all was 2005. We are causing global warming. This is really not a political issue so much as a moral issue. Temperature increases are taking place all over the world, and that's causing stronger storms. Is it possible that we should prepare against other threats besides terrorists? the Arctic is experiencing faster melting. If this were to go, sea level worldwide would go up 20 feet. This is what would happen in Florida. Around Shanghai, home to 40 million people. The area around Calcutta, 60 million. Here's Manhattan. The World Trade Center Memorial would be underwater. Think of the impact of a couple 100,000 refugees, and then imagine 100 million. Those who deny global warming are just flat out wrong.
Ellen Goodman from the Boston Globe wrote, let's just say that global warming deniers are now on par with Holocaust deniers. Scientists silenced for questioning the threat of global warming.
I know that I've had several friends who have essentially been told that if you speak out on climate change, you must do so as an independent citizen. If you do so through our organization or through our institution, you will essentially be fired.
Once you realize how many holes there are in the consensus solution, you may begin to open up your mind to the other side of the global warming debate as a whole.
The only consensus I'm aware of is that it's warm in the last century. They completely ignore the fact that there's this thing called the Oregon Petition that was signed by 19,000 professionals and scientists who don't agree with the idea that we are causing climate change.
I can't tell you how many calls I've received from parents saying their kids are now being shown an inconvenient truth completely unchallenged, not just in science class, but in art and math classes.
I have to speak out and say that the science we have is still incomplete, and the science we're being told by the IPCC is really incorrect science.
Global warming paradoxically causes not only more flooding, but also more drought. Big hurricanes, tornadoes, fearsome diseases, polio, tuberculosis, West Nile virus, avian flu, SARS, polar bears that have actually drowned, mosquitoes, caterpillars, communism, it's slavery, global warming, global warming, global warming.
Aurelia Pecci, who actually created the Club of Rome, and it's the inner circle of the global elitists in 1991, stated that while searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, and the like would fit the bill. All of these dangers are caused by human intervention. The real enemy then is humanity itself.
To put this to you bluntly, global warming is a complete fallacy. Al Gore received the Grammy and the Nobel Peace Prize for a film that is filled with holes and mistruths.
Ice cores taken 2,000 meters below the surface have enabled us to look at the last 160,000 years.
We believe that in Greenland, the medieval warm period was about 1.5 degrees warmer on average than today.
And they also show consistently warmer temperatures thousands of years ago before man-made greenhouse gases existed.
Approach our time, we can see that in the period between 4,000 years ago and back to the period 2,000 years ago, which is actually the Roman age, the temperatures have been decreasing in Greenland by 2.5 degrees.
Al Gore is made out to be a revolutionary figure attempting to save the planet, which is quite true. He just doesn't mention the fact that saving the Earth doesn't involve you. According to his agenda, it will result in massive land repossession and extreme limitations on food and water and fossil fuels for the public. And please note that Al Gore is a sustainable developer. The global warming lie is very popular today because it receives major media coverage and has an attractively titled goal of saving the planet. But how does this tie in with Agenda 21? The result of the 1992 Earth Summit Conference in Rio de Janeiro was the Kyoto Treaty. The Kyoto Treaty states that every country must drastically reduce the use of fossil fuels by mandate of the United Nations.
Concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are at their highest levels in more than 200,000 years. If the trend does not change, scientists expect the seas to rise 2 feet or more over the next century. Island chains such as the Maldives will disappear from the map unless we reverse the predictions. Thank you very much.
And as of June 2007, 172 nations and other government entities have ratified the treaty. And if you were wondering how this ties into putting the Earth's priority above human survival in accordance with pagan beliefs, every country's deadline for the implementation of Agenda 21 and the Kyoto Treaty is in 2012. And if this wasn't enough, when the Pentagon was damaged in 9/11, they set a goal to have a completely new and improved Pentagon in December of 2012. So Codex Alimentarius goes into effect at the end of 2009, which gives it 3 years for the Codex regulations on food to create billions of preventable diseases and deaths. When citizens of every nation are dying of starvation and diseases and fear for their lives because of global warming and major catastrophes, they will do what the public has been proven to do in times of great peril. They will beg for their government to step in and do something.
How are they going to get you to join the new economy? They're going to say, we have a solution. You see, one of the tricks of the Illuminati is they create a problem and then they provide the solution when you beg them to.
And pray tell, what will the United Nations suggest when there's a global problem? They will demand a global government, a new world order, exactly as the Maya, Hopi, Kali Yuga, and many other pagan civilizations prophesized. By 2012, the Kyoto Treaty, Agenda 21, Codex Alimentarius, and the new Pentagon will be fully operational to enforce a new world order. And the new world religion is obvious. We will all worship the earth, Gaia, the mother goddess we saved from extinction from global warming. We will be told that to keep from repeating the mistakes that we made in the past, we must hold the earth in higher regard than humans, just as pagan traditions require. This is too obvious to ignore. It is right in front of our faces, and yet we still refuse to see it. I guarantee you that by 2012 there will be a World War III, but it will not be between nations. It will be us and them. They know this. Why do you think the UN is consistently trying to disarm the public and the nations? They don't want us to be capable of fighting back. The proof of this is in the film released by the UN called Armed to the Teeth, where it demonizes gun ownership. It is also shown in the Freedom from War policy put in place by JFK in 1961.
President John Kennedy went to the United Nations September 1961, and he presented the United States program for general and complete disarmament in a peaceful world during a speech, and he said, this is the official program of the United States of America. It's a disarmament program. It calls for the United States to turn over its military to the United Nations. Now, let that sit for a second. It calls for the United States to turn over its military to the United Nations. The program ends by saying progressive controlled disarmament would proceed to a point where no state would have the military power to challenge the progressively strengthened UN peace force. The UN would have all military power.
This policy outlines some pretty scary scenarios when you understand what it reads. It calls for the disbanding of all national armed forces and the prohibition of their reestablishment in any form whatsoever other than those required to preserve internal order and for contributions to a United Nations peace force. This clearly shows that the UN is calling for all military power to be under their control. Inspection and verification must establish both that nations carry out scheduled limitation or reductions and that they do not retain armed forces and armaments in excess of those permitted at any stage of the disarmament process. Strategic delivery vehicles will be reduced. Arms and armed forces will be reduced. And all the while, UN peacekeeping powers would be strengthened. A UN Peace Observation Group would be available to investigate any situation which might constitute a threat to or a breach of the peace. Establishing of a permanent international peace force within the United Nations, and depending on the findings of an experts commission, a halt in the production of chemical, bacteriological, and radiological weapons, and a reduction of the existing stocks or their conversion to peaceful uses. Peaceful uses of biological, chemical, and radiological weapons? Do you see how they are perverting the word peace and making this policy sound unilaterally good? There is no other way to read this publication. It clearly states that all nations will hand over their military forces to a global United Nations military. The U.S. population is currently around 300 million. The national debt is currently around 10 trillion. So the current debt, when divvied among the American people, comes out to approximately $33,000 and has been growing at a national rate of $1.46 billion a day since 2006. Now with electronic banking, wire transfers, and credit cards, people have less physical custody of their money. As of right now, the amount of money in circulation is not able to cover the national debt. This was carefully planned since the inception of the Federal Reserve Bank. And the next planned step by the elite is already in play. George Bush signed a bill implementing the North American Union.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
I think one thing people who are dollar-based need to focus on is the Amero. That's the one thing that nobody's talking about that I think is going to have a big impact on everybody's life in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community, which is being developed right now between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico to make a borderless community, much like the EU, and the dollar, Canadian dollar, U.S. dollar, and the Mexican peso replaced by the Amero.
You see, the domination of government by business is called fascism. And I'm kind of wondering how many people know what NAFTA is, the North American Free Trade Agreement. Because under Chapter 11 of the NAFTA agreement, NAFTA tribunals trump all U.S. law if it conflicts with either A, World Bank's International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, or B, UN Commission for International Trade Law. Now, that sounds scary enough, but when you understand what that reads, it also gives the power to violate the First and Second Amendment, which is saying, bye-bye to the Constitution. This will weaken national sovereignty and bankrupt the dollar we use now. After this happens, the Fed will call in all debts. When the debts cannot be repaid by the people, assets will be seized. And by this, I mean absolutely everything you own, including your property, your home, your vehicle, your furniture, and the clothes on your back. This plan is already in progress. And when it takes place, you will literally be owned by the Federal Reserve Bank. This is how Agenda 21 will be implemented. The seized land will be given back to nature, and the people will be placed in smart growth megacities. So what are we to do? There's an overabundance of information out there for anyone to see pertaining to why this situation seems so hopeless and out of our control. But in all honesty, there's even more information out there about how to protect ourselves. The only problem we face is that most people don't know how to apply this information to their own lives, and rarely anybody takes the time to spell it out for us. There are many great teachers out there. Teachers who have dedicated their lives to protecting the people who need protecting the most. The teacher has the most difficult role in our society because nobody likes attaining true knowledge. True knowledge encompasses all aspects of existence, good and bad. Most others do not. Hearing true knowledge upsets people because it implies that we were wrong at one point in our lives. And another character flaw is our desire to apply absolute truths to unstable foundations in our life. When we do so, we build a structure that we hope will define us best when we're reaching the end of our life on earth. So everything we think we are, everything we tell others we are, everything we base our life-changing decisions off of, is all depending on a foundation that could crumble at any moment. And because we've been told our entire lives that there are certain guidelines and mores we must follow to be a decent human being, we deny everything that may pose a threat to our unstable foundation. This is why we despise true teachers. We lump these teachers into the same category as terrorists, and the method for spotting these teachers and terrorists are just as flimsy and ridiculous as the methods used to spot witches. Father and husband, friend of many, simply a teacher trying to better humanity and protect fellow citizens across the globe.
They became a mystery to the others, and the priesthood was born. No king ever existed without the permission of the priesthood. The kings never had the power and don't to this day. Kings exist at the whim of the real power, which is the priesthood standing behind the throne. It is a method of encoding information through a system of mathematics and numbers. It is some of the most ancient knowledge that man has ever possessed and has been kept secret and given only to those who have proven themselves worthy through the process of initiation. From a place of ignorance. Even be on the battlefield.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, and he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
This is how it feels to be alive. This is how
What is our common bond truly? Freedom. Freedom. Without freedom, you can't be a Christian no matter what denomination you belong to. You can't be a Buddhist. You can't own a donut shop. You can't drive from here to Oregon. You can't be an American because that's what it's all about, and it's the only thing that it's all about. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know and try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them and find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves. That's why my broadcast scares the hell out of socialists. You see, what happens when you broadcast the truth is you piss everybody off.
I maintain that the only true salvation from any oppression or enslavement is self-empowerment, knowledge, consciousness. This is true rebellion. Don't get caught up in the 87% of people who follow the leader. People who think that they are rebels because they denounce authority simply because it's the latest fashion. Don't march the streets claiming that you are the enlightened one because you read a book or saw a film that gave you a glimpse into an uncommon knowledge. Don't scream phrases into a megaphone that you borrowed from another person's research. And don't proclaim yourself an original thinker because you belong to a group that represents an unpopular belief. Those are all examples of the other side of the coin of groupthink leading a false rebellion. False rebellion is dangerous because it gives the illusion that you are free and thinking for yourself. A true rebellion, a true revolution, begins when you quit following and start leading. And those who end up following you should be taught by you to quit following you and start leading. And the only way to lead successfully is by fully understanding your rights as a human being on this planet. We have very powerful tools on our side called the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. These documents state that no government can deprive us of our natural rights. So how is it happening? You must understand that the elite group controlling our government, our educational system, agriculture, and media are also in control of our free enterprise. Free enterprise is our economic system or our means of production, privately owned and operated for personal benefit. Free enterprise cannot legally be taxed unless it volunteers itself. The reason why income tax seems inescapable is because most every job on the planet requires you to sign a number of documents with fancy wording stating that you are agreeing to be a representative of a corporation or entity. What all of this means is simply that when you sign working papers, which are required by pretty much every employer that you apply to, you are waiving your rights as a natural person protected under the Constitution and agreeing to represent an artificial person that is not protected under the Constitution. It's difficult to avoid because if you do not sign the document waiving your rights, you won't get the job. So why does every employer voluntarily pay taxes, which leads to the requirement of those documents? Because without doing so, the business loses all state and federal benefits provided to private or commercial business. And furthermore, most people simply accept the mistruth that income tax is required by law without investigating it. When your name is presented on a document with the first letter of your first and last name capitalized, it represents capitis diminutia minima, which occurs when a man's family relations alone were changed. It's a minimal loss of rights. When your last name appears in capital letters, it represents capitis diminutia media, which occurs when a man loses his rights of citizenship but not his rights to liberty. This means you can be fined and penalized but not enslaved or imprisoned. But when your entire name is capitalized on any document, it represents capitis diminutia maxima, which states that a man's condition changes from freedom to bondage. All rights of citizenship and family rights are surrendered. This means you can be fined, imprisoned, and enslaved in any amount for any duration at the whim of the state's suggestion. But it is important to note that if you do not legally bind yourself to these documents stating that you waive your rights and represent a corporation, you do not have to attend any court.
There are two kinds of law on the earth, as I've said. One is called civil law, which is the law of the land, and one is called maritime admiralty, which is called the law of water. The maritime admiralty is banking law. So consequently, the corporation and government and people who want to control you, they create a second you, and that second you that they control, that they created, is all capital letters. Check it out. Anytime you get a bill, you get a lawsuit, you get a fine, a ticket, somebody sends you a bill from the Department of Water and Power, check it out on your driver's license, on your Social Security card, on your insurance cards. Anything having to do with business, your name will always be in all capital letters, because only all capital letters can be dealt with by banks and government. You need to wake up and find out how this stuff really works. Because once you understand that you don't need to submit yourself as an American to a British commercial venture call courts. You're an American. You don't need to go to court. There's nobody. You only go to court because you agreed to go to court. When they send you a subpoena to court or summons to court, and they've sent you something, you look at it and say, hey, Jack, that's not me. That's in all capital letters. All capital letters is a corporation.
Those who are charged under these maritime admiralty courts usually don't understand that they are voluntarily being fined and imprisoned. When a judge calls your name and asks if you are that name, those who say yes are verbally agreeing to represent the artificial person that the name represents. In doing so, you are voluntarily waiving your rights under the Constitution. Your absolute rights as natural persons are the right to life, security, and property. And all of these are very important. Remember that you can never be deprived of these simple rights unless you are willingly waiving them. But you need to understand your rights if you want to be protected under them. When sustainable development is knocking down your door for the right to your property, you need to understand your inherent right to your property, which extends from the visible surface to the center of the earth. But please note that these steps are simply the beginning. They merely treat the symptoms instead of attacking the root. To understand fully how to protect yourself, you need to understand your origin. The true history of this planet has been stifled from the top down. Since the inception of monotheism and the ridicule as well as outlaw in specific cultures of all pagan religions and practices, a lie has been forced upon all civilizations. You have to wonder why powerful empires were threatened enough by paganism to make the practice of such religions punishable by death. This threat didn't end during the Roman Empire. Take a look at how the founders of America, by mandate of Great Britain, wiped out Native American tribes indiscriminately. Great Britain has also shown some of the most brutal forms of genocide in Africa, India, New Zealand, New Guinea, and many other locations in which pagan tribes still existed. East Timor suffered from one of the most brutal genocides in all of history and was fueled by the United Nations and the United States funding during the Carter administration.
Ford and Kissinger visited Jakarta, I think it was December 5th. We know that they had requested that Indonesia delay the invasion until after they left because it would be too embarrassing. And within hours, I think, after they left, the invasion took place on December 7th.
What happened on December 7th in 1975 is just one of the great evil deeds of history. Early in the morning, bombs began dropping on Dili. The number of troops that invaded Dili that day almost outnumbered the entire population of the town. And for 2 or 3 weeks, they just killed people. So the Timorese were fleeing into the jungles by the thousands. By late 1977-78, Indonesia set up receiving centers for those Timorese who came out of the jungle waving white flags. Those the Indonesians thought were more educated or who were suspected of belonging to Frelimo or other opposition parties were immediately killed. They took women aside and flew them off to Dili in helicopters for use by the Indonesian soldiers. They killed children and babies. But in those days, their main strategy and their main weapon was starvation.
By 1978, it was approaching really genocidal levels. The church and other sources estimated about 200,000 people killed. The U.S. backed it all the way. The U.S. provided 90% of the arms. Right after the invasion, arms shipments were stepped up. When the Indonesians actually began to run out of arms in 1978, the Carter administration moved in and increased arms sales, and other Western countries did the same. Canada, England, Holland, and everybody who could make a buck was in there trying to make sure they could kill more Timorese.
The last thing that the ones in power want is a sovereign group or tribe setting a positive example for others. It is important to note that followers of monotheistic religions are not to blame, just as not all members of Freemasonry, intelligence agencies, fraternal orders, or political organizations are part of the esoteric agenda that is being carried out in all upper echelons of society. And it's difficult for people to comprehend, but paganism is no more dangerous than understanding surgical procedures. The knowledge can be very useful when applied properly, yet it can also have very detrimental effects if misused or abused. Understand that most all of these problems are not by mistake, but by design. Most people do not understand how colors, shapes, catchwords and phrases, and biological timings are all used as talismans to affect humanity on an emotional and spiritual level. Colors are used hypnotically in every news channel and corporate advertisement. Fast food chains typically use vibrant reds, yellows, and whites in their restaurants to cause the customers to feel hurried and restless. This helps the customers filter in and out quicker to make for more customers. Fine dining restaurants, on the other hand, use very earthy, natural colors such as soft greens, blues, and browns to calm the senses and to make for a more lengthy and peaceful meal. And the same goes for the music that is played at these establishments. Specific musical notations and progressions can give relaxing or exciting stimuli to the body without our knowledge. The music industry goes even further and uses natural rhythms of the heart to map out the tempo of pop songs. This is why 72 beats per minute is used very frequently in pop music. Music is not a product of culture. In 1986, the National Academy of Science found that infants prefer consonant sounds such as perfect fifths rather than dissonant ones. This is just a small example of our natural ability to understand sound. So be very careful when placing a child in front of a TV or near a stereo. Those who believe that children cannot comprehend violence on a TV screen or aggression from music are thinking strictly with the left brain. The child may not rationally understand the words or actions on the screen, but the right brain, even in infants, can absolutely understand everything in its immediate environment because it transmits a frequency that can affect us on a subatomic level. Science has even proven that proper sonic vibrations are essential for the health of our vegetation. Studies done on many ecosystems have shown that when a specific species becomes extinct or moves from an area, another species will replace its song patterns to fit the overall harmony of the vibrations required for plant life to thrive. All these are known as talismans and are used very carefully by corporations and the media. Catchphrases are also used to spark certain emotions in the psyche. When the average person hears the words terror, bombing, gunshots, murder, war, assassination, and so on, the body and the mind respond with heightened alertness and caution. And when events such as assassinations of major leaders, bombings, terrorism, or war happen on large scales throughout the world, the body responds differently at different times, marked biologically and astrologically. The tragic event involving the Branch Davidians at Waco and the Oklahoma City bombings claimed the lives of men, women, and children as they ended in flames on April 19th. This date is a pagan holiday where human sacrifice is made by fire. The tragic events of September 11th, 2001 happened on the Mayan calendar date of 6 epochs, which represents large-scale change. And when the US attacked Afghanistan on October 7th, 2001, this was the Mayan calendar date of 6K, which represents balancing. Please understand that these weren't prophecies or predictions. The Mayans simply understood the body's natural cycles. So these unfortunate events are not by chance. One needs only to look at the result of the major political decisions of the United States since the inception of the United Nations to catch a glimpse of the ultimate goal. Every major war, assassination, terrorist attack, or security weakness exposed has two specific common themes. 1. The unfortunate event makes worldwide news and scares or angers the public. And 2. The result, no matter what, is always the expansion of government and the destruction of constitutional freedoms. It doesn't matter what the excuse or the explanation is. The result always tells the truth. A child can give the greatest excuses every time he's too sick for school, but if it always happens on the day of a test, the truth is revealed by the result. The major media outlets can give every explanation in the book as to why war is declared, assassinations happen, and terrorist events take place, but if they all end up in the expansion of government and the destruction of constitutional freedoms, the truth is revealed by the result. And because the vast majority of the public are completely ignorant of natural biological cycles of man, it is increasingly difficult for them to accept that these events are by no means an accident.
in my rolling on the floor and trying to protect myself from the heat and being in the pitch black, not able to see, that the voices of those behind me screaming kind of got through to me. I recognized who they were. Could identify the voices.
Are they just coming and kill me?
No. No. Nobody's coming.
Was a statement reportedly made by Attorney General Janet Reno during an interview on 60 Minutes. She allegedly defined a cultist as one who has a strong belief in the Bible and the second coming of Christ, who frequently attends Bible studies, who has a high level of financial giving to a Christian cause, who homeschools their children, who has accumulated survival foods, and has a strong belief in the Second Amendment, and who distrusts government.
Through federal authorities that a second bomb has been found inside that federal building in Oklahoma City. It was an explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that did that damage you're looking at right there.
I just took a look down the street at the Morrow building again. I see another bomb truck going, so apparently they're going to try to get out that third bomb that's been talked about.
At the present time, the medical teams downtown are unable to get into the wreckage to retrieve more of the injured because of the presence of other bombs in the area. I've been told by the police department that just as soon as those bombs are defused, they will permit the medical teams to enter.
Now, we're also hearing from some witnesses on the scene that they've overheard from firefighters that were first on the scene that there was a possibility that there was a secondary explosive device besides the car bomb device outside the building, and that device may have been placed near the nursery.
Also, we're getting word now that President Clinton is sending anti-terrorism units down here to look over the situation and find out exactly what went on and what other danger may be out there in Oklahoma City. That's something we need to think about, unfortunately, at this time, because, as we've told you, 2 other explosive devices were found that were not detonated, and they were larger than the first.
The reports I have is that one device was deactivated. Apparently there's another device, and obviously whatever did the damage to the Murrah building was a tremendous, very sophisticated explosive device.
So President Clinton just called Governor Frank Keating, and he says that 3 FBI anti-terrorist teams are en route to Oklahoma City. Right now, they are saying that this is the work of a sophisticated group. This is a very sophisticated device, and it has to have been done by an explosives expert, obviously with this type of explosion.
The Justice Department is reporting that a second explosive device has been found in the AP Murrah building in downtown Oklahoma City.
We should find out an awful lot when the bombs are taken apart. I think it was a great stroke of luck. As you're mentioning, it's hard to talk about luck on a day like today in Oklahoma City, but it was a great stroke of luck that we actually have got diffused bombs. It's through the bomb material that we will be able to track down who committed this atrocity.
First bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and diffused. The third explosive that was found, and they are working on right now as we speak, I understand, both the second and third explosives, if you can imagine this, were larger than the first. First bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. First bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there.
Still another problem, according to these groups, is the executive branch making a grab for much more police power. some of it highly questionable in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing.
It shouldn't be the case that Americans have to worry that their phone could be tapped. It shouldn't be the case that Americans have to worry that their credit records could be made accessible by the FBI without them being involved in any criminal activity.
The first draft of the House anti-terrorism bill was so loose it could let authorities define as an act of terrorism, prosecutable by the federal government, everything from threatening your spouse with a gun to blocking an abortion clinic. While the anti-terrorism bills ask for sweeping new powers, the ACLU and others also worry about numerous executive orders that the public knows little about. These orders could give the president, federal agencies, and the military near dictatorial powers.
Talk to any police official anywhere, and pretty soon he'll bring up the shootout. February 1997. 2 bank robbers in full body armor and firing AK-47s did battle with police on the streets of North Hollywood, California. It was every officer's worst nightmare come true. Cops outgunned by the bad guys.
The one weapon that we've identified could go through a bulletproof vest at 200 yards.
After the LA shootout, requests for surplus machine guns increased dramatically. The Los Angeles Police Department alone got 600 M16s from surplus. Nationwide, the number given away more than doubled this year. And many departments decided to issue them to regular patrol officers on daily duty, all because of one shootout in one city.
Till now, the diagnosis is not settled for this child. He complained from prolonged fever and this wasting.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Worth it because she believes the sanctions are working.
In November 1997, former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark headed a delegation of the International Action Center on his 7th trip to Iraq to investigate the continued effects of the United Nations sanctions on the population. We were shocked by what we saw, an almost total absence of medicines, medical supplies, and spare parts for the equipment. Despite the heroic efforts of medical personnel, babies, children, and the chronically ill continued to die in vast numbers. The United States government claims that Saddam Hussein is to blame for the crisis. What is the real cause of the suffering? The sanctions. They are an extension of the 1991 United States war against Iraq. The goal was to cripple Iraq's infrastructure and make civilian life unsustainable.
We demonstrated the capacity of technology to cripple a country without ever setting foot on it in the Persian Gulf. It's important to recognize that because it goes hand in hand with the sanctions. When we merely say that we flew 110,000 aerial sorties in 42 days, one every 30 seconds on the average, 24 hours a day, we ignore what we really did.
As officials said, the death toll was now 288, with many more to come. The trucks kept filling up and driving away, past waiting relatives who knew they might never be able to identify the bodies of their loved ones. The community of Almeria filled one of the first of many funerals with gunfire in sign of grief and fury, and with angry words aimed through foreign journalists. "My mother, she's gone," shouted this young man. This woman asked, "Could not all your modern technology tell you that there were children and women here?" Bill Blakemore, ABC News, in the Amaria district of Baghdad.
We destroyed every silo for grain or anything else storing food in the whole country. We destroyed all the storage and processing of food plants throughout the country. Even dates, the world's biggest exporter of dates. Famous processing and packaging plants in Baghdad, deliberately destroyed. We didn't want them to be able to feed themselves for a long, long time. We're all aware of the famous little powdered milk plant.
The United States government says that in this factory here you are making chemical weapons. Is that true?
No, that's not true. They are lie. Because this is milk for children. It's powder, milk of children.
Nothing else was made? Only this in the factory?
Yes, and you can see it yourself.
With the only factory in the Middle East to produce powdered milk, they were producing about 17% of their powdered milk requirements. We destroyed that, cut off all the milk. The malnutrition of the mothers immediately jeopardized all of the infants. 70% of the pregnant women, even today in Iraq, suffer anemia.
The death rate for children has soared compared to 1989, the last year before sanctions. One of the biggest causes of death in Iraqi children today is diarrhea and dysentery due to the untreated drinking water. Iraq's water purification plants were heavily bombed in the war, and many that were repaired have broken down. The United Nations bans the import of spare parts and chlorine into Iraq to purify water. We saw the effects of this policy in the hospitals.
This is the second attack form of acute bloody diarrhea, amoebic dysentery. Most of them are due to contamination of water. He is malnourished, anemic, underweight with a developmental delay.
Diarrhea and vomiting. Do you have tap water there?
No.
You can see the conditions of these children shouldn't happen anywhere, and it's caused by the sanctions the United States government insists upon.
The daily life we perceive with our five senses is not reality. Quantum physics has shown that space and time are illusions of perception. Therefore, our bodies cannot truly be a reality if they occupy this space.
Ernest Rutherford performed an experiment.
Our true consciousness does not exist in our brains or in our bodies. But this illusion of our individual bodies, along with the misinformation of our true origins, has manifested the idea that we all think independently from one another. With this misunderstanding, it would seem impossible to scientifically explain telepathy, clairvoyance, spiritual mediums, and other phenomena dealing with transferring information between sources without physical means of communication. But when you understand that there is a common spiritual bond between all things in the universe, and that we are all part of one divine intelligence, no phenomena is unexplainable. This simple understanding fills all the holes in modern religions. It explains reincarnation, deja vu, predictions of the future, and literally every event, occurrence, or anomaly ever experienced. The blank matter within the most basic building blocks of perceivable existence is malleable and molded by intent. This means that consciousness shapes details, facts, patterns, practicality, science, and math. As the right brain deals with feeling, intuition, symbols, images, risk-taking, philosophy, and religion. With a deliberate push for government-controlled educational curriculums, generation after generation of the youth are being taught to focus only on the facts, figures, and numbers. Repetition is used to train children subconsciously to accept what they're learning. Children aren't rewarded for questioning the validity of the information they receive. They are ridiculed. However, the children who blindly accept the information as true and merely regurgitate the information on command when it is time to take a test, those children go on to become the decision makers in our government, law, medicine, business, and every other occupation with power and prestige. The most detrimental effect of being pushed away from holistic thinking with the full brain into a strictly left brain thought is what is known as the suppression of the feminine. Every male and female have both feminine and masculine qualities. It has nothing to do with man or woman. These are represented by the left and right brain, yin and yang, black and white, light and dark, and most every other duality. Both are vital to our spiritual and physical health. In ancient Egypt, the female was the rightful heir to the throne. The male she chose to marry became pharaoh. This depicted the goddess tradition that has been destroyed to make way for a patriarchal, male-dominated society we see enforced in every major denomination. In suppressing the feminine of every society and pushing the people to strictly left-brain thinking, the natural ability for humanity to feel earthly, cosmic, and personal energy became lost. Traditions that were passed on through shamans, witch doctors, magicians, psychics, and seers of all kind became outlawed and ridiculed and given a stigma of something out of a Hollywood movie. Every religion explains that we are children of God and have godliness inside of us. If you erase the anthropomorphized God and understand that God is nothing more than the spiritual web that connects all things, all religious scriptures begin to make much more sense. Our bodies are merely vessels to contain our spirit, to gather experience for the divine mind. This is how evolution is possible. It is scientifically proven that all species are evolving into more complex beings. Innate knowledge or racial memory within all species is the understanding of newborns of all kinds to automatically know specific details and traits that the mother does not have to teach them. Therefore, innate knowledge helps every species naturally evolve towards more complex organisms. Lyle Watson claims that it was a Japanese scientist who observed the 100th monkey effect in 1952. In this observation, he discovered that a certain portion or percentage of monkeys learned or developed a new trait. The knowledge became an innate ability in that species. This is further testimony to a collective consciousness among species. Everything in existence has a natural vibration to it, from our atoms all the way to the vastness of the universe. To show a simple connection between the earth and our bodies, take a look at our body's harmonic focal points, better known as our chakras. Just as there are harmonic focal points on a guitar string, there are locations within our body where our vibrations culminate. In Eastern philosophies, these 7 chakras are used to bring health and balance to the physical and spiritual body. Our Earth also has 7 chakra points at equally distant locations from one another. There is 1 chakra point on each continent. The root chakra is in Mount Shasta, California. The sexual chakra is in the Isle of Sun, Lake Titicaca in South America. The solar plexus chakra is in Uluru Juta in Australia. The heart chakra is in Glastonbury or Shaftesbury, England. The throat chakra is where the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt are. The heart chakra is at Kuhe Malek Sia in Iran. And the crown chakra is at Mount Kailas in Tibet. Scientifically, this is explained because at the core of our Earth, there is a molten iron crystal that resonates at approximately 7 Hertz. There are energy vortexes all over the Earth where electromagnetic energy emanates. There are also several vile vortices surrounding the equator where strange anomalies occur, such as radio and compass malfunctions, as well as plane and ship disappearances. You may have heard of a few of these. So the intangible parts of our existence, such as emotions, are part of the true reality of higher consciousness. If emotions are part of a realm that we cannot experience with our 5 senses, then how is it that we are all aware of our emotions? What most people believe to be emotions are not truly the emotion itself. What we are experiencing is the physical manifestation of these emotions. Anger causes disturbance in the psyche, which manifests itself in the ego. These manifestations cause the heart rate to increase, body temperature to rise, and spawn many other physical traits that signify anger. Just as music from the radio is a physical manifestation of an intangible signal, our experience of emotion is the physical manifestation of an intangible signal as well. It has been shown that our emotions have a vibratory frequency to them. Furthermore, there are only 2 emotions that humankind experiences: fear and love. All other emotions branch either directly or indirectly from these two emotions. Fear has a long and slow frequency vibration to it, while love has a very rapid and high frequency. To show that vibration is the very foundation of existence, Hans Jenny developed what is known as cymatics in the 1940s to show that when vibrations of sound are passed through a form of media, there is a set pattern that will follow. When the frequency increases, the media develops into a more complex pattern. This is precisely what is happening to our Earth and to humanity. There are 64 possible codes of amino acids in our DNA structure made from 4 elements: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. By any means of logic, we should have all 64 codes activated within our DNA structure. Yet we presently only have 20 active codes.
And of these 64 possibilities, it appears that only 20 of these codes are turned on right now for us, the 20 amino acids. There is a switch that turns off and turns on where those coding sites lie, and that the switch for that turning off and turning on is what we call emotion. And this is the first time that we've ever seen the patterns of emotion directly physically linked to human genetic material. Well, fear is a long, slow wave of emotion. So this wave of fear is a long, slow wave and touches relatively few sites on this DNA. So an individual living in fear is limited to the number of antennae that they have available to them, whereas an individual living in the pattern of love, this is love in DNA, you can see it's a higher frequency, shorter wavelength. We have many more potential sites for coding along that genetic pattern. This information, this is amazing. This is the first time we've ever had a hard digital link between emotion and genetics.
This is important to understand because another researcher named Vladimir Popanov measured tiny particles of light called photons inside a vacuum tube. The photons were scattered as expected. A sample of DNA was then entered into the vacuum tube and they measured the photons again. They found that the particles of light aligned themselves along the axis of the DNA. Then, as they removed the DNA sample, the photons remained aligned to the same form of the DNA even though no DNA was present. This is what is known as the phantom DNA experiment. Science has now bridged a very important gap between physical and ethereal, or spiritual. Our emotions directly affect the structure of our DNA, which directly shapes the physical world we experience every day. So the messages left by the ancients that we've explained here were more than just prophecies about a one-world government or a new world order. We now understand why the study of the heavenly bodies were so important. The rotation and orbit of all that makes up our universe serves as a clock to map changes and transitions. This helped the ancients understand that the change of the heavenly bodies were a mirror to the changes of all existence. December 21st, 2012 is simply a natural transition from one form of energy to the next, the transcendental evolution of man. This date is what's known as 0 point. Our sun, as well as our planet Earth, is losing its magnetic field as the Earth is slowing in its rotation. All the while, its base resonant frequency, also known as the Schumann cavity resonance, is increasing in accordance with the predictable sequence of the Fibonacci theory. At a cellular level, our bodies respond to an electromagnetic pulse. The ancients called this the sacred circuit. The cells receive this pulse from the brain, which receives its pulse from the heart, which receives its pulse from the earth. This pulse comes from the solar system, which from there comes from the galaxy, which ultimately comes from our entire universe. We literally share a pulse with all of existence. Yet another example of everything being one. For as long as scientists have been recording the Earth's pulse, it has remained at approximately 7.8 cycles per second. This was a constant fixed number until 1986 into 1987. It rapidly began increasing to about 9 cycles per second in 1996. So in one decade, it increased by about 2 cycles per second. By 2012, this pulse will be right around 13 cycles per second, just as the Fibonacci theory indicates. What does this mean for humanity? Just as cymatics has shown that higher frequencies result in more complex patterns, We are now experiencing the beginning of a major shift in both physical and spiritual vibration. It's difficult to understand what exactly will happen to our physical bodies, but ancient scriptures, pagan and monotheistic religions, mystery schools, and secret fraternal orders have all given indications as to what this experience will be like. This will be the shift of the ages, the transcendental period of monumental changes to humanity. Those unprepared for this transition will likely not be able to cope with the rapid changes in the psyche. The only way to prepare for what is to come is what we have sought after for our entire lives. Truth. Not the truth about governments, commerce, religions, terrorism, or anything external, but the truth within ourselves, within our psyche and our shadow self. Especially in Western cultures, we are taught that being normal means only being happy and never sad, only loving and never angry, only forgiving and never jealous. This sounds plausible, but it is not. We are not meant to repress any negative emotions because it causes imbalance. To conquer our emotions, we must embrace them, not fight them. We must acknowledge them and allow them to serve their purpose as we learn from them. The ancient Essene culture left teachings dating back about 6,000 years. They taught that our relationships with one another, with the universe, and with situations and events are mirrors of the parts of our psyche that need to be cleansed. Author Greg Braden beautifully explains this entire segment at great length in his work. His hard work and understanding of these subjects contributed largely to the marriage between science and spirituality. It is very important to understand that when you fear loss, fear death, fear war, fear terrorism, or fear change, you are giving others the ability to control you based on those fears. When you fight against poverty or against racism, when you fight for relationships or for freedom, you are outwardly attempting to repress that which has been placed before you to conquer inwardly. These situations are mirrors of our fears. This is why it is important to love and only love. Love those who stand with you, but especially those who stand against you. Don't look at your fears as a threat. Rather understand that this material world is only a physical manifestation of either the love or fear in your consciousness. It's as plain as day. All you need to conquer in your life is in your face. If you want to understand what your true inner fears are, analyze your ambitions and your inhibitions. Everything explained here about the esoteric agenda of the elite few at the very top is nothing to fear. They have been at work for thousands of years behind the scenes to manipulate humanity, and it has worked. Until now.
It's very easy for any system of thought, religious or otherwise, that comes along. It's very easy to play on that, to play on our insecurities, to assure us all is well, we'll all be taken care of. We lap that up. So don't blame religion. Blame our own insecurities, which has allowed religion to flourish and which has allowed so many systems of thought that are disempowering to flourish throughout human history. That's why we can't get out of it.
Ron Sakeley, Department Chairman, Chemistry, University of California, Berkeley, showed that DNA acts as an antenna for cellular upregulation. The primary function they taught us about what DNA is about. It's a receiver and transmitter of photons, light and phonon sound. For what? Cellular upregulation, meaning that their water molecules, the pyramid power around the DNA spiral energizing strands, are taking in the spiritual energy of love vibrations and then sending it out for manifesting, precipitating in a quantum field, the physical matter of the body. These are hertz, frequencies, or cycles per second that the musicians can retune their instruments to play and experiment with. Why? Again, these are the Creator's musical scale, the original solfeggio, buried for 3,000 years in the Bible. So the ancient priests who knew how to levitate the huge stones for the building of the pyramids and the Masonic knowledge that predated ancient Egypt, the ability to have this information, these frequencies, serve the function of creation, destruction, and miracles on behalf of the empowered people who had access to this knowledge. I say that because of this metaphor. This is the difference between the power of our Creator and anything else, particularly evil. That you can go into a pitch black room full of evil, full of darkness, and light a little candle, and instantly that darkness flees. But you can't do the opposite. You can't go into a well-lit room full of truth and wisdom and righteousness and joy and health and harmony with the universal power. And you can't take any amount of darkness and go into that well-lit room and have any effect whatsoever. That is the metaphor which I frequently think of when I think that I'm not empowered. It is the greatest lesson for me, and I think for everybody else, to know that we're on the winning side and that we win in the end.
As you are watching this, understand that it is not a fight to be fought. It is not a war to be waged. No gun rights have to be exercised. Not a finger has to be lifted. Most people wonder how one person can make a difference. They ask that if all this is so simple and this information is available, why hasn't someone else conquered their fears and changed the world for everyone else? This is the most difficult and beautiful conundrum to our lives. Your reality affects you and only you. Your curiosity has led you to this genre of information to serve a very specific purpose in your life. To understand visually how the universe is truly a hologram, a math professor at Yale University developed the formula that is plugged into a computer program. Named after him, the Mandelbrot set shows a seemingly disorganized pattern. But no matter how far you zoom into the design, you will always find the same pattern within the whole pattern. Each fractal, broken down infinitely, will always reflect the whole. When one fractal changes its pattern, the sum total of the whole pattern changes along with it. This exemplifies that the whole world does not need to be awoken. There is no race to inform the 6 billion people on this planet of this message. It is only important that you, personally, learn to conquer your innermost fears and learn to love. When you see your fears for what they are and master your emotions, then, and only then, will you truly be free.